Yo, what's up everyone? It's Bald Voldemort and today we're checking out what if Harry had Wolverine's adamantium skeleton and every spell cast on him only made his magical core stronger? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1. Bones of Starlight. The cupboard under the stairs had a particular smell that Harry had long stopped noticing: dust, old shoe leather, and the faint chemical bite of cleaning solution that Aunt Petunia sprayed along the hallway baseboards every Thursday. He'd lived in that smell for as long as he could remember, curled on a thin mattress with his knees drawn up because he'd grown 3 inches over the summer, and nobody had thought to give him more space. Nobody thought about Harry much at all, which was, in his experience, the preferred arrangement. He was 10 years old, and he was thinking about bones. Specifically, he was thinking about the time Dudley had punched him square in the face during a game of Harry hunting 2 years ago. Dudley had wound up like a baseball pitcher. He'd seen it on the telly, and driven his meaty fist right into Harry's cheekbone. The sound had been remarkable, not the wet smack of flesh on flesh that Harry had come to expect from these encounters, but something harder, something almost metallic, like Dudley had punched a lamppost. Dudley had screamed. His middle and ring fingers had snapped sideways at angles that made even Pier's Palkus go green. Harry had stood there, blinking, without so much as a bruise. Uncle Vernon had driven Dudley to A&E and come back looking at Harry with something new in his small, piggy eyes. Not anger. Harry knew anger, could read it the way other children read picture books. This was something colder. This was fear. After that, the Dursleys stopped hitting him. It wasn't kindness. Harry understood that with the clarity of a child who has learned to read silences the way scholars read texts. They stopped hitting him because hitting him didn't work. Aunt Petunia had swung a frying pan at his head once when he'd burned the bacon. A real swing, furious and unthinking, and the pan had dented. She'd stared at the warped metal, then at Harry's unmarked temple, and her face had gone the color of old milk. She'd walked out of the kitchen without a word and hadn't spoken to him for 3 days. Harry didn't understand it. He knew he was different. The Dursleys had made that abundantly clear his entire life, spitting the word freak at him the way you'd name a disease, but he didn't know how to explain what he was. He just knew that nothing hurt. Not Dudley's fists, not the garden rake that had fallen off its hook and struck him across the shin, not the time he'd tumbled off the school roof during another round of Harry hunting and landed on concrete from 2 stories up without breaking stride. He'd felt the impacts. He'd felt pressure, force, the jarring shock of collision traveling through his frame. But there was never any damage. No cuts that lasted, no bruises that bloomed, no fractures, no sprains. His body simply refused. He told no one because there was no one to tell. And he'd learned early that the things which made him strange were the things that made the cupboard door lock from the outside. The letter came on a Tuesday. Harry had been making toast, 4 slices for Dudley, 2 for Uncle Vernon, 1 thin piece for himself that he'd eat standing at the counter like a servant in some old film, when the mail slot clattered. "Get the post, boy," Vernon muttered from behind his newspaper, and Harry went, because going was easier than not going. And he'd learned to pick his battles even if he was, apparently, incapable of losing them. 3 envelopes on the mat, a postcard from Aunt Marge, something brown and official for Uncle Vernon, and a thick, heavy envelope made of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. He stared at it. Nobody had ever written to him. Nobody had ever even acknowledged the cupboard in writing before. The address felt like an accusation, and he wasn't sure who it was aimed at. He didn't get to read it. Vernon's hand snatched it away before Harry had broken the wax seal, and the look on his uncle's face cycled through so many emotions it was like watching someone flip through television channels: confusion, recognition, fury, and that fear again. That cold, crawling fear that had lived behind Vernon Dursley's eyes for 2 years. "Petunia," Vernon said, and his voice was all wrong, too quiet, too controlled. "Petunia, it's come." The next 4 days were chaos. Letters multiplied like something alive, pouring through every crack and crevice in the house, until Vernon nailed the mail slot shut, and the letters came down the chimney instead. Hundreds of them, thousands. The living room knee-deep in parchment while Dudley wailed about missing his programs, and Petunia stood in the kitchen doorway with her hand over her mouth, and eyes that knew exactly what was happening and had been dreading it for a decade. Vernon packed them into the car on a Friday evening with no destination and drove like a man being chased. They ended up in a miserable shack on a rock in the sea, rain hammering the walls, wind screaming through gaps in the boards. Harry lay on the floor wrapped in Dudley's old coat and watched the seconds tick toward midnight on Dudley's watch, the one thing his cousin had dropped in the scramble to leave. He'd counted down to his birthdays before. It was a private ritual, the one day a year he allowed himself to feel sorry about things. 11 felt significant in a way he couldn't articulate. The letters had made promises he hadn't been allowed to read, and the desperation of Vernon's flight told him those promises were real. The door came off its hinges at midnight, not a knock, not a push. The entire door, rusted hinges, rotten frame and all, simply fell inward like a drawbridge, and the man who stepped through had to duck so low his wild black beard nearly swept the floor. He was enormous. Not fat enormous like Vernon, but tall enormous, wide enormous, built on a scale that made the shack feel like a dollhouse. Rain streamed off a massive overcoat and pooled around boots the size of small boats. "Sorry aboo that," the giant said, and picked the door up with one hand and fitted it roughly back into the frame. His eyes, small, black, and bright as beetles, found Harry immediately, and his whole craggy face split into a smile of such genuine, uncomplicated warmth that Harry felt something shift in his chest. "Harry," the giant said, "last time I saw you, you was only a baby. You look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." "I'm sorry," Harry said, because politeness was armor and he'd worn it all his life. "But who are you?" "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Ye'll know all aboo Hogwarts, o' course." "He knows nothing." Vernon spat from the far corner, where he'd positioned himself behind Dudley like a man using his own child as a shield. He was holding the rifle he'd bought on the drive. Harry noticed his hands were shaking. "And he's not going." Hagrid looked at Vernon the way you'd look at a dog that had done something mildly offensive on the carpet. "Not going. It's Harry Potter we're talking about. He's had his name down since he was born. He's going to the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, and he'll be taught by the finest headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen, Albus Dumbledore. I will not pay for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks," Vernon roared, and his face had gone the color of an overripe plum, and Harry saw the exact moment he realized he'd made a mistake, because Hagrid's expression changed like weather. "Never," Hagrid said softly, "insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me." He grabbed the rifle from Vernon's hands, twisted it into a knot like it was made of licorice, and tossed it into the corner. Dudley whimpered. Petunia said nothing. She was staring at the knotted rifle with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before. Not fear, not anger, but something like resignation. Like a woman watching an inevitable tide come in. Hagrid told him everything. Wizards, witches, an entire world hidden behind the mundane one, a world where Harry wasn't a freak but a famous person, a boy who'd survived something that should have killed him. His parents hadn't died in a car crash, they'd been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, and Harry had survived the killing curse, the one spell no one survives, and somehow the curse had rebounded and destroyed Voldemort instead. "But why?" Harry asked. "Why did I survive?" Hagrid shifted uncomfortably on the sofa, which groaned under him like a living thing. No one rightly knows, Harry. That's the honest truth. Dumbledore has his theories, but, well, some things are mysteries even to the greatest wizards. Harry sat with that for a long moment. The storm raged outside. Dudley had fallen asleep in the corner, and Vernon and Petunia had retreated to the other room with the tight-lipped silence of people who know they've lost an argument with reality. "My scar," Harry said, touching the lightning bolt on his forehead. "That's from the curse." "Yeah," Hagrid said quietly. "That's where he got ya." Harry pressed his fingers against the raised line of tissue. He felt the bone beneath it, solid, unyielding, harder than bone had any right to be. Something hummed under his fingertips, deep and low, like a plucked string still vibrating. He didn't mention it to Hagrid. The train station was pandemonium. Harry had spent the previous weeks in a state of sustained disbelief. Diagon Alley had been overwhelming. A fever dream of moving photographs and goblins, and a wand that had chosen him with a shower of sparks that had felt less like magic and more like recognition, like something inside him saying, finally. He'd stood in Ollivander's dusty shop and felt the holly wand hum against his palm, and the old wandmaker had stared at him with pale, unblinking eyes and said, "Curious, very curious." And when Harry asked what was curious, Ollivander had said the wand's brother had given him his scar, and Harry had felt that deep thrumming in his bones again, that resonance, and said nothing. He said nothing a lot. He was learning that the spaces between words were where you kept safe. King's Cross was a sea of muggles, that was the word Hagrid had taught him, and it felt strange in his mouth, dividing the world into categories he was still learning to navigate. Platform 9 3/4 didn't exist according to any sign or map, and Harry stood between platforms 9 and 10, with a trolley loaded with a trunk and a snowy owl named Hedwig, and felt the first real spike of panic he'd experienced since the shack. What if it was all a joke? What if the Dursleys were right and he was just a freak with hard bones and a lightning scar and nothing else? Packed with muggles, of course. The voice cut through the crowd noise like a bell, a red-haired woman, round and cheerful, herding a small army of red-haired children toward the barrier between the platforms. Harry watched, dry-mouthed, as one of the older boys took a running start at the solid brick wall and vanished into it like a stone dropped into water. No impact, no sound, just gone. Harry swallowed. He approached the woman. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get onto the platform?" She smiled down at him, and there it was again, that uncomplicated warmth, the same thing he'd seen in Hagrid's face. These people, these magical people, they kept looking at him like he was a person rather than a problem. He wasn't used to it yet. "Not to worry, dear. It's Ron's first time too. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous." He ran at the wall, and the wall wasn't there, and then he was somewhere else. A platform full of steam and noise and color. A magnificent scarlet locomotive gleaming under wrought iron arches. And students everywhere, hundreds of them, owls hooting, cats winding between legs, parents calling after children, trunks scraping along stone. A sign overhead read Hogwarts Express. Platform 9 3/4, and Harry stood there with his trolley and his owl and his impossible skeleton, and let himself believe for the first time that maybe, there was a place in the world where he made sense. Ron Weasley found him on the train, or perhaps they found each other, two boys at loose ends, uncertain of the social geography, gravitating together the way lonely people do. Ron was tall and freckled and had a smudge of dirt on his nose and an air of cheerful self-deprecation that Harry liked immediately. He talked about his brothers, 5 of them, all apparently brilliant in various terrifying ways, and his sister Ginny, who was too young for Hogwarts and had cried at the station, and his rat Scabbers, who was old and fat and useless but technically his, which was apparently a novelty in a family that lived largely on hand-me-downs. I mean, we're not poor exactly, Ron said, ears going red. It's just there's a lot of us, you know. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years, Harry said, not for sympathy but as a statement of fact, an offering of equal vulnerability. Ron's ears went from red to white. You're joking. I'm really not. Ron stared at him, and something settled between them, not pity, which Harry would have hated, but a kind of mutual recognition. Two boys who'd never had quite enough of anything, sitting across from each other in a train compartment, heading towards something that might be better. The trolley lady came by and Harry bought everything. Two of everything. Ron protested weakly, and then ate with the devoted enthusiasm of a boy who'd been raised on homemade sandwiches while his brothers got the good stuff. They traded chocolate frog cards, and Harry learned that Dumbledore had a card, which seemed absurd, like finding the Prime Minister's face on a bubblegum wrapper. Ron taught him the basics: houses, Quidditch, the moving staircases, the ghosts, the things to avoid, Filch, Peeves, the third-floor corridor, apparently. Harry absorbed it all with the quiet intensity of someone building a map of territory. He intended to survive. The compartment door slid open around midday, and a girl with enormous bushy hair and slightly too large front teeth leaned in with the energy of someone who had been looking for something and was annoyed about not finding it immediately. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy called Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. She looked at them, at the sweets scattered between them, at Scabbers sleeping on Ron's lap, at Harry, and something flickered across her face. Recognition, but not the starstruck kind. More analytical than that. She stepped fully into the compartment and sat down across from them without being invited, which Harry found either rude or magnificent. He wasn't sure which. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "And you are?" "Ron Weasley," Ron said, with the tone of someone who sensed a lecture coming. "Harry Potter," Harry said. He watched her process it. Watched the knowledge land, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one who survived, and watched her set it aside with visible effort, like someone shelving a book to deal with later. "I've read about you, of course," she said. "In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in books," Harry said, genuinely unsettled. "You're in quite a few books. You don't know. I found out I was a wizard about 3 weeks ago." That stopped her. She blinked twice, rapidly recalculating. "Well," she said finally, "you've got a lot of catching up to do. Have you practiced any spells? I've tried a few simple ones and they've all worked for me. Nobody in my family is magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter. I've learned all our set books by heart, of course. I just hope it'll be enough." "Breathe," Ron said. Hermione shot him a look that could have stripped paint, but there was something underneath it, nervousness, the rapid-fire speech of someone who fills silence because silence is where people decide they don't like you. Harry recognized it. Different armor, same principle. "I haven't practiced anything," Harry said, "but I've got a wand that apparently chose me because its core is a feather from the same phoenix that gave a feather to Voldemort's wand, so that's something." Ron flinched at the name. Hermione didn't. She leaned forward instead, and Harry could practically see the gears turning. "That is something," she said. "Twin cores. I've read about that. They can't be forced to duel properly against each other, something about sympathetic resonance." She caught herself, visibly reined in the flood. "Sorry, I do that. Get carried away." "It's fine," Harry said, and meant it. She helped them look for Neville's toad. They found it, eventually, hiding in a toilet, and then she left to change into her robes, and Ron let out a long breath and said, "She's a nightmare, honestly." And Harry said, "I liked her." And Ron looked at him like he'd lost his mind. The castle materialized out of darkness like a dream of itself, towers and turrets and windows blazing with golden light, reflected in a vast black lake that Hagrid ferried them across in small boats that moved of their own accord. Harry sat in the prow of his boat and felt the air change as they approached, felt something brush against him, vast and ancient and aware. Not hostile, curious, like a great sleeping creature opening one eye to look at him. His bones hummed. They'd been doing it more since he'd entered the magical world, that low vibration, that resonance like a tuning fork struck and never quite fading. In Diagon Alley it had been subtle, a background hum he could almost ignore. Here, approaching Hogwarts, it intensified. He could feel the castle's magic pressing against him the way you feel heat from a fire. Not painful, not unpleasant, just present, massive, and very, very old. He said nothing about it. The spaces between words. Professor McGonagall met them at the top of a flight of stone steps. A tall, severe woman in emerald robes who looked like the sort of person who had never made a mistake in her life and expected the same standard from everyone else. She explained the houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Each with its own history, its own values, its own common room. They would be sorted by the sorting hat, which was apparently a sentient piece of headwear, and Harry had reached the point where nothing surprised him anymore. They filed into the great hall and Harry's resignation evaporated because the ceiling was the night sky. Not a painting of the night sky, not an illusion. It was the sky, stars blazing overhead in their ancient patterns, and the hall below it was a cathedral of candlelight and long wooden tables and hundreds of upturned faces watching the new students shuffle forward like lambs at market. Hermione whispered, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history." And Harry thought that knowing the explanation didn't make it less beautiful. The sorting hat sat on a stool at the front. It was old and patched and looked like something you'd find in a skip. Then it opened a rip near its brim and sang, a long and surprisingly funny song about the four founders and what they valued, and Harry barely heard any of it because his bones were singing back. Not loudly, not obviously, but the resonance had shifted. It was responding to the ancient magic saturating the hall, harmonizing with it, and Harry could feel the vibration in his teeth, in his fingertips, in the base of his skull. He clenched his jaw and breathed through it and hoped no one could tell. Names were called. Students went up, sat on the stool, wore the hat. Some were sorted instantly. The hat barely touched Draco Malfoy's white blonde head before screaming Slytherin, and some took longer. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved and pleased and slightly triumphant. Ron went to Gryffindor, looking relieved and sick and mostly just glad it was over. Potter Harry. The hall went silent. Not the polite quiet that had greeted other names, but genuine, absolute silence, the kind that has weight, that presses against your skin. Whispers erupted a moment later, sharp and sibilant. Potter, the Harry Potter. Did she say Potter? Harry walked to the stool. His legs were steady. His bones hummed. He sat down and McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head and the brim fell past his eyes and the world went dark and then there was a voice. Not in his ears, in his head. "Well, well, well," the hat said, and its voice was old, older than the castle, older than the founders, old enough to remember things that predated language. "What have we here?" It wasn't a question. Plenty of courage, yes. A good mind, certainly. Loyalty, oh, deep loyalty, buried under all that armor, but it's there. And ambition. Not for power, no, but to prove yourself, to be seen. That's ambition of a kind. You do well in any house, Potter, but that's not what's interesting about you. Harry sat very still. "Your bones," the hat said, and its tone shifted, something between fascination and alarm. "What's been done to your bones, boy?" I don't know, Harry thought, because thinking seemed the appropriate way to respond to a voice inside your head. "I've never known." "Number you wouldn't, would you? Your mother's work, clever woman, Lily Evans, cleverer than anyone gave her credit for. She didn't just give you a protection, she gave you a foundation. Metal and magic fused at the molecular level, bound by love and sacrifice and something older than either. Your skeleton isn't bone anymore, boy. Not entirely. It's something else. Something I've never felt in over 1,000 years of sitting on heads. Harry's hands gripped the edges of the stool. What am I? You're Harry Potter, the hat said, and there was a gentleness in it now unexpected and startling. Whatever else you are, you're that first. And what you are is remarkably, almost absurdly brave, so I think it had better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall and the Gryffindor table erupted. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" And Percy Weasley was shaking Harry's hand with the pompous enthusiasm of a minor politician, and Harry sat down between Ron and Hermione and felt the hat's words settling into him like stones dropping into deep water. Your mother's work, metal and magic, something I've never felt. He locked the words away in the quiet place inside him where he kept the things that mattered. Later. He'd think about it later. Right now there was food, more food than Harry had ever seen in his life, appearing on golden plates like a conjuring trick, and Ron was already demolishing a chicken leg, and Hermione was lecturing a ghost about curricular reform, and everything was loud and bright and overwhelming, and Harry was, against all probability, happy. Later. He'd think about it later. Later came 3 days into term during the first charms lesson. Professor Flitwick was a tiny man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and had the excitable energy of a small bird. He was teaching them Lumos, the wand-lighting charm, beginner stuff, the magical equivalent of learning to tie your shoes. Students around the room were producing flickering, uncertain lights from their wand tips, some barely a glimmer, some bright enough to cast shadows. Harry pointed his wand and said Lumos, and the room went white. Not bright, not dazzling, white. A soundless detonation of light that blinded everyone in the classroom for 3 full seconds, that sent shadows fleeing to the furthest corners, that made Flitwick topple off his books and Hermione throw her hands over her eyes and Seamus Finnegan swear loudly in Irish. Harry killed the spell, or tried to. The light didn't die so much as drain, pulling back into his wand like water down a plug hole, and when it was gone the room felt darker than before, as if the light had eaten something on its way out. Flitwick climbed back onto his books, adjusted his spectacles, and stared at Harry with wide, wet eyes. "Mr. Potter," he said in the careful voice of a man selecting his words with surgical precision, "that was exceptional. Perhaps a touch less intent next time." Harry nodded, face burning. Around him, students were blinking away afterimages and shooting him looks that ranged from impressed to unsettled. Hermione was staring at him with her head tilted at the angle that meant she was filing something away for later analysis. Ron leaned over. "Bloody hell, Harry, what was that?" "I don't know," Harry said, which was becoming his answer to a lot of things. It kept happening. In Transfiguration, McGonagall asked them to turn matches into needles, basic transmutation, the kind of thing that usually took first year's weeks to manage. Harry touched his wand to the match, and it didn't turn into a needle. It turned into a sliver of something bright and impossibly sharp that sank half an inch into the desk under its own weight, and hummed at a frequency that made McGonagall's teacup vibrate 6 feet away. She picked it up with a conjured cloth, held it to the light, and her expression went very carefully blank. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said evenly, and moved on to the next student, but Harry saw her eyes cut to the door, specifically to the space just beyond the door, where a shadow moved and was gone. In herbology, the venomous tentacula in the next greenhouse overstrained toward Harry through the glass, not aggressively but eagerly, like a dog pressing against a fence. Professor Sprout noticed and said nothing, but she moved Harry to the workstation furthest from the carnivorous plants, and Harry pretended he didn't notice the accommodation. In History of Magic, nothing unusual happened, because Professor Binns was a ghost who'd been boring students to death, metaphorically, though given the wizarding world possibly also literally, for centuries. and even Harry's strange resonance couldn't make goblin rebellions interesting. He spent the period passing notes with Ron and trying not to fall asleep, and it was the most normal he felt all week. And then there was potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lit by jars of specimens that glowed faintly in their preserving fluids. Students filed in with the specific anxiety of people who'd been warned by older siblings, by hallway whispers, by the general ambient dread that surrounded the subject, that potions was different. That Professor Snape was different. He was. Harry knew at the moment the man swept into the room, black robes billowing, and he knew it not because of the hooked nose or the lank hair or the sallow skin, but because of the way Snape's eyes found him instantly, unerringly, like a compass needle swinging to north. There was something in that gaze, not just dislike, which was plain enough, but recognition. Snape looked at Harry the way you'd look at a puzzle you'd been working on for years that had just walked into your classroom and sat down in the third row. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly, and his voice was a low, silky thing that carried effortlessly in the stone-walled room. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Malfoy and his bookends, Crabbe and Goyle, sniggered from the Slytherin side. Harry said nothing. He watched Snape the way he'd learned to watch Uncle Vernon, tracking the micro-expressions, reading the weather. Snape launched into a speech about the subtle science of potion making, about bottling fame and brewing glory and putting a stopper in death, and it would have been impressive if he hadn't been staring at Harry the entire time with an intensity that bordered on clinical. Then came the questions, rapid fire, unfairly advanced, designed not to teach but to humiliate. "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "I don't know, sir." Clearly fame isn't everything. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know, sir. But I think Hermione does. Why don't you try her?" A ripple of something, not quite laughter, more a collective intake of breath, ran through the room. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Sit down, Miss Granger," he snapped without looking at Hermione, who'd had her hand in the air since the first question. "A point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter." It was a standard power play. Harry recognized the pattern. Snape wasn't so different from Vernon in this respect, using authority as a cudgel, establishing dominance through public humiliation. But there was something else going on behind those black eyes, something Snape was working very hard to keep hidden, and Harry couldn't quite identify it. The lesson proceeded. They made a boil-curing potion. Neville melted Seamus's cauldron and got boils all over his arms and had to be taken to the hospital wing. Snape stalked between the workstations, criticizing everyone but lingering at Harry's station longest, watching him measure and pour and stir with an attention that felt like being examined under a microscope. At the end of the lesson, as students filed out, Snape said, "Potter, stay." Ron hesitated at the door. "Go," Harry said. "I'll catch up." The dungeon emptied. Snape stood behind his desk, arms folded, and for a long moment he just looked at Harry, really looked, with an intensity that was almost physical. Harry held his gaze and waited. "Hold out your hand," Snape said. Harry blinked. "Sir." "Your hand, Potter, hold it out." Harry extended his right hand, palm up, uncertain. Snape drew his wand, ebony, Harry noticed, long and slightly curved, and pointed it at Harry's outstretched palm with the casual precision of a surgeon selecting an instrument. "Defindo," Snape said quietly. The severing charm hit Harry's palm. He felt it, a sharp, focused burst of magic like a line of heat drawn across his skin. There should have been blood. The spell was designed to cut, to slice, to sever. On skin, it would open a wound like a razor. Harry's palm was unmarked. But that wasn't what made Snape's breath catch. What made Snape lean forward, what made the color drain from his already pale face, was the glow. For just a moment, half a second, maybe less, Harry's hand had flickered with light. Not reflected light. Not wand light. Something internal, something that pulsed once beneath his skin like a heartbeat made visible, golden white and fierce, and then was gone. Harry stared at his own hand. He'd felt it, the spell hitting him, and then something else. Something that felt like swallowing, like his body had taken the magic of the severing charm and pulled it inward, digested it, made it part of himself. He felt for just a moment slightly more present than he had a second ago, slightly more solid, as if the spell had fed him. As I thought, Snape murmured. He wasn't looking at Harry's face. He was looking at his hand, and there was something terrible in his expression, grief and wonder and fury all braided together. "Lily," he said, almost too quietly to hear. "What did you do?" "You knew my mother," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Snape's eyes snapped to his. The vulnerability vanished, replaced by the familiar mask of cold disdain. "Get out of my classroom, Potter. You knew my mother, and you know something about what's wrong with me." "Nothing is wrong with you," Snape said, and the words came out sharp and raw, and Harry could tell they'd surprised Snape as much as they'd surprised him. A beat of silence. Snape's jaw tightened. "Get out, now," Harry went. But he carried the moment with him, the glow, the swallowing sensation, and the sound of his mother's name in the mouth of a man who hated him for reasons that had nothing to do with Asphodel. The corridor outside the dungeon was empty and torchlit, and Harry's bones were singing. He made it halfway to the Gryffindor common room before the voice behind him said, "Potter." Not Snape. Someone younger, sharper, someone who said the name like they were spitting out something distasteful. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy was leaning against the wall with the studied nonchalance of an 11-year-old who'd been practicing aristocratic disdain in front of a mirror his entire life. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like mismatched gargoyles. "Interesting class," Malfoy said. "What did Snape want with you?" "Nothing that concerns you." "Everything about you concerns me, Potter. My father says you're dangerous. He says Dumbledore is keeping you here as a weapon, that you're not even fully human. Your father sounds like a charming man." Malfoy's pale face flushed. "You think you're special because you survived the Dark Lord. You think that scar makes you untouchable." He drew his wand, Harry noticed, similar wood to Voldemort's, and filed that away, and pointed it at Harry with the theatrical malice of someone who'd been told all his life that magic was power and power was birthright. "Flipendo!" Malfoy snarled, and the knockback jinx hit Harry square in the chest. Harry felt it. The impact, the magical force designed to hurl him backward into the wall. He felt his body absorb the kinetic energy, felt the magic sink through his skin and his muscles and hit his bones and resonate, the vibration building for one bright instant, and then he was glowing again, that golden white pulse, visible even through his robes, and his feet hadn't moved an inch. Malfoy's wand arm dropped. Crabbe took a step back. Goyle made a sound that was not quite a word. Harry looked down at his own chest where the light was fading, where he could feel the absorbed magic settling into his core like embers into ash, and he felt more again, more solid, more present, more powerful. The knockback jinx hadn't just failed. It had made him stronger. He looked up at Malfoy, and whatever was in his eyes made the blond boy flinch. "Don't," Harry said quietly. "Do that again." He turned and walked away. Behind him, he heard Malfoy's rapid breathing and Crabbe muttering something frightened, and the sound of 3 pairs of expensive shoes retreating very quickly in the opposite direction. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat by the fire and stared at his hands and felt the stolen magic settling inside him like sediment in a river, and he thought, "What am I becoming?" The fire crackled. His bones sang. Somewhere above him, in an office full of spinning silver instruments, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and listened to a sorting hat recount what it had felt inside the skull of an 11-year-old boy. And his ancient face was very, very still. The days after the corridor incident with Malfoy settled into something that resembled routine, if routine could include moving staircases, enchanted ceilings, and a growing suspicion that your own body was doing things no human body should do. Harry threw himself into classes with the quiet desperation of someone who needed answers, and suspected they were hiding in the curriculum. He read his textbooks, not with Hermione's voracious comprehensiveness, but with a specific, targeted hunger, looking for anything that mentioned magical absorption, skeletal enchantment, protective rituals gone wrong or gone right. He found nothing. The books talked about shield charms and defensive wards and protective amulets, but nothing about a person whose bones were made of something other than bone, nothing about a body that drank spells like water. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. She noticed everything. "You've been reading ahead in defense against the dark arts," she said one evening in the common room, settling into the chair across from him with the proprietary air of someone claiming territory. "And you checked out Theoretical Foundations of Magical Resistance from the library. That's a fourth-year supplementary text." "I like reading," Harry said. "You hate reading. You told Ron last Tuesday that you'd rather fight the giant squid than finish the Transfiguration essay." "Maybe I've grown as a person since Tuesday." Hermione fixed him with a look that was part suspicion and part concern, and entirely too perceptive for an 11-year-old. "Harry, what happened with Malfoy in the corridor? Ron said you were acting strange after potions, and then Malfoy's been avoiding you like you've got dragon pox. Nothing happened. Crabbe told Gregory Pritchard that you glowed, that Malfoy hexed you and you glowed and didn't move, and Crabbe's not exactly a reliable source." "Harry." She said his name the way she said everything, with full commitment, with the weight of someone who had decided to care about something, and was not going to be deterred by evasion or deflection, or the desperate desire of an 11-year-old boy to not be any more different than he already was. Harry looked at her across the common room, the fire painting warm tones across her face, and made a decision that he'd later recognize as one of the most important of his life. He trusted her. "Something's wrong with me," he said. "Or something's different, I don't know which. When people cast spells at me, I absorb them. The magic goes into me and I get more, stronger. The Sorting Hat told me my mum did something to my bones. And Snape knows about it. He cast a severing charm at my hand, and it didn't cut me, and he said my mother's name like it was something that hurt." Hermione was very quiet for a long time. The fire popped and settled. Somewhere across the room, the Weasley twins were testing something on Lee Jordan that was making his ears grow, and Neville was trying to coax his toad out from under an armchair. "Show me," Hermione said. "What?" She drew her wand. "Lumos," she whispered, producing a small, steady light at the tip. Then she pointed it at Harry's forearm where his sleeve was rolled to the elbow. "Can I?" Harry hesitated, then nodded. "Flipendo," Hermione said softly. The weakest knockback jinx she could manage, barely a push, the magical equivalent of a gentle shove. It hit Harry's arm. The skin flickered golden for a heartbeat. The magic sank inward, and Harry felt that pulse of absorption, that slight swelling of something in his core, tiny this time, almost imperceptible, like adding a teaspoon of water to a lake. But Hermione saw. She saw the glow, saw the way the spell didn't bounce or dissipate but was simply consumed, and her eyes went very wide. "That's not a shield charm," she said. "That's not any kind of defensive magic I've read about. The spell didn't reflect or block, it went into you." "Yeah. And it made you stronger, a little every time." Hermione put her wand down and pressed both hands flat against the table, and Harry could see her organizing information in real time, building frameworks, sorting data. "You said the Sorting Hat mentioned your mother. Lily Potter was known for being exceptional at charms. That's in notable witches and wizards of the modern age, but there's nothing about experimental magic, and Snape." She trailed off, chewing her lower lip. "Snape was at school with your parents. They were in the same year. He would have known her. He called her Lily. Not Evans, not Potter, Lily, like he knew her before she was either of those other things." Hermione looked at him sharply. We need the library. Hermione, I've been through the library. You've been through the general collection. I'm talking about the restricted section. We'd need a signed note from a teacher. The smile she gave him was small and slightly dangerous, and it was the first time Harry understood that Hermione Granger's respect for rules was not the same thing as submission to them. Rules were tools. She used them when they served and circumvented them when they didn't, and the distinction was navigated with a moral flexibility that would have impressed a Slytherin. "Leave that to me," she said. They didn't get to the restricted section that week. Events intervened. The first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Quirrel was an exercise in anticlimax. The man was a walking stutter, thin, nervous, smelling of garlic, wearing a ridiculous purple turban that he claimed had been given to him by an African prince in gratitude for dispatching a zombie. He jumped at loud noises, flinched when students raised their hands too quickly, and taught defensive magic with the confidence of a man explaining surgery while actively afraid of blood. Harry sat in the second row and felt his scar prickle. Not pain, not quite, more like awareness, the lightning bolt on his forehead responding to something in the room, some presence or resonance that Harry's conscious mind couldn't identify but his body recognized on some level deeper than thought. The prickling intensified when Quirrel turned his back, when the turban faced Harry directly, and subsided when the professor turned to face the class. Harry filed this away. He was building quite a collection of filed-away things, a mental archive of anomalies, each one a piece of a puzzle he didn't yet have the edges for. After class, he lingered in the corridor outside, pretending to adjust his bag while students streamed past. Quirrel emerged last, closing the classroom door behind him with a nervous glance in both directions and nearly walked into Harry. "Oh, P.P. Potter, didn't see you there. Sorry, Professor. Good lesson." Thank you, very kind." Quirrel edged past him, and as he did, the turban brushed Harry's shoulder. The contact lasted less than a second, but in that second Harry felt three things in rapid succession. His scar flaring white-hot, his bones resonating at a frequency that made his vision blur, and a pulse of foreign magic, dark, invasive, hungry, that hit his body and was immediately, violently absorbed. Harry staggered. Quirrel kept walking, faster now, almost running, one hand pressed to his turban. Harry leaned against the wall and breathed. His heart was hammering. The absorbed magic was settling into his core, but it felt different from the other spells, thicker, oilier, carrying an emotional signature that tasted like rage and desperation, and a loneliness so profound it was almost indistinguishable from madness. "Harry." Ron appeared around the corner, bag slung over one shoulder, freckled face creased with concern. "You all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. I mean another ghost, I mean." "Fine," Harry said automatically. "Headache. Quirrel gives everyone headaches, it's the garlic. Come on, we've got a free period." Fred and George found a shortcut to the kitchens. "The house elves there will give you anything you want." Harry pushed off the wall and followed Ron, and tried not to think about the darkness that was even now settling into the architecture of his magic-like ink spreading through water. Whatever was in that turban, whatever had reached for him in that moment of contact, it wasn't Quirrel. It was something else entirely, something that knew him, something that wanted him. Flying lessons happened on a Thursday afternoon, which Harry would later consider significant because Thursdays were when Petunia cleaned the baseboards, and he'd spent a decade associating Thursdays with the smell of chemical cleaner and the quiet misery of being on his hands and knees scrubbing. And here he was instead standing on a Hogwarts lawn with a broomstick at his feet and the sky wide open above him. Madame Hooch was brisk and no-nonsense, with hawk-yellow eyes and short gray hair, and the energy of someone who'd seen too many first-years fall off brooms to tolerate foolishness. She lined them up, Gryffindors and Slytherins because someone in scheduling had a deeply questionable sense of humor and told them to stand beside their brooms and say, "Up." Harry said, "Up," and the broom leapt into his hand like a dog greeting its owner, fast, eager, vibrating with a readiness that felt almost affectionate. Around him, brooms rolled on the ground, rose reluctantly, or in Neville's case, didn't move at all. Malfoy's rose quickly enough, but not as fast as Harry's, and Harry could tell from the tightening around Malfoy's mouth that the blond boy had noticed. They mounted. Madame Hooch walked the line, correcting grips. She told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years, which Harry enjoyed more than was probably charitable. Then Neville, nervous and overeager, kicked off too hard before the whistle, shot 20 feet into the air like a cork from a bottle, panicked, slid sideways off the broom and fell. The crack of his wrist was audible across the lawn. Madame Hooch rushed over. Neville was on the ground, white-faced, cradling his arm, his broom drifting away across the grass. "Broken wrist," Hooch said tightly. "Come on, boy, up you get. Everyone stay on the ground while I take this boy to the hospital wing. If I see a single broom in the air, the person riding it will be out of Hogwarts before they can say Quidditch." She marched Neville away. The moment she was out of earshot, Malfoy laughed. "Did you see his face, the great lump?" He bent down and picked something up from the grass, a small glass sphere filled with swirling white smoke. "Look, it's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him, a Remembrall." "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said. He hadn't raised his voice. He hadn't moved. But something in his tone made the students nearest to him take a small, unconscious step back. Malfoy's eyes glittered. The incident in the corridor was clearly still fresh. The humiliation of having his spell absorbed, of being made to feel powerless. Harry could see the boy calculating, weighing the desire for revenge against the memory of that golden glow, and landing on the side of recklessness because pride was a stronger force than caution in an 11-year-old Malfoy. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find," Malfoy said, and mounted his broom and kicked off, rising into the air with genuine skill, the Remembrall clutched in his hand. "How about the roof?" Harry didn't think. He mounted his broom and rose, and the moment he left the ground he understood something fundamental about himself. He was made for this. The broom responded to him like an extension of his own body, reading his intentions before he'd fully formed them, and the air parted around him as if it was glad to have him, and his bones sang in a new key, a joyful one, the resonance harmonizing with the wind and the speed and the sheer impossible freedom of flight. He was beside Malfoy in seconds. The blond boy's smirk faltered. He'd expected a chase, not an arrival. "Give it here," Harry said again, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Big talk, Potter. Catch it if you can." Malfoy threw the Remembrall. It arced upward, a spinning glass marble catching the sunlight, and then gravity took it and it plummeted toward the castle wall, toward a window and Harry Dove. The world narrowed to a single point of light. Wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up. His body pressed flat against the broom handle and his bones hummed, and the Remembrall was there, right there, falling toward the stone wall, and Harry reached out and closed his fingers around it an inch from the glass and pulled up so hard the broom shuddered, his feet skimming the grass as he leveled out and rose again, hand raised, the Remembrall secure. The Gryffindors erupted. Even some of the Slytherins looked reluctantly impressed. Malfoy, still hovering above, had gone an interesting shade of gray. "Harry Potter!" McGonagall was crossing the lawn with the urgency of a woman who has just watched a first-year student attempt suicide by broomstick. Harry landed, prepared for expulsion or at the very least a lecture of historic proportions, and watched McGonagall's face cycle through fury, disbelief, and something else, something calculating, something that looked almost hungry. "Come with me," she said. Now, she didn't take him to her office. She took him to a fifth-floor classroom where a stocky boy named Oliver Wood was practicing charm work. and she pulled Wood out of the room and said, "I've found you a seeker." And Harry stood in the corridor and listened to McGonagall describe his dive in terms that made it sound like something out of legend. And Oliver Wood looked at Harry with the dawning expression of a man who has just been handed the answer to his prayers. "You've never played Quidditch," Wood said. "I've never even been on a broom before today." Wood turned to McGonagall. "He'll need a decent broom. The school ones won't cut it for competitive play." "I'll handle it," McGonagall said, with the grim determination of a woman who was about to bend several rules in the name of the Quidditch Cup. "Potter, you're on the Gryffindor team. Practice starts next week. Don't be late, don't get expelled, and for Merlin's sake, don't tell anyone until we've announced it properly." Harry walked back to the common room in a daze and told Ron and Hermione immediately because some rules were made to be broken and keeping secrets from your friends at 11 felt like an unnecessary complication. "Seeker," Ron said, his voice cracking on the word. "First years never make the house team. You must be the youngest seeker in a century," Harry said. "McGonagall told me." Ron looked at him with something that was mostly admiration and only a little bit envy, and Harry loved him for the mostly and forgave him for the little bit, because Ron Weasley was the first person who'd ever wanted to be his friend for no reason other than wanting to be his friend, and that kind of loyalty was worth more than Quidditch. Hermione's reaction was more measured. "That's wonderful, Harry, but don't you think it's strange?" McGonagall is strict about rules. She takes points from her own house. And here she is bending the first-year broomstick rule because of a single dive. It's almost as if she was waiting for an excuse. "You think McGonagall orchestrated Neville breaking his wrist?" Ron said incredulously. "No, obviously not. But I think when Harry did something extraordinary in front of her, she already had a framework for how to respond. Someone told her to watch him. Someone expected him to be exceptional, Dumbledore." The name hung unspoken in the warm common room air, and Harry thought of the shadow he'd glimpsed beyond McGonagall's classroom door, and the spinning silver instruments in an office he hadn't yet visited, and the feeling he'd had since arriving at Hogwarts that he was being watched by something patient and vast and not entirely benevolent. "Dumbledore knows," Harry said quietly, "about all of it about me." "You don't know that," Ron said, but he sounded uncertain. "He sent Hagrid to get me. He placed me with the Dursleys. He's the greatest wizard in the world, and you think he doesn't know there's something different about the boy who survived the killing curse?" Harry shook his head. "He knows. He's just not telling me." The fire crackled. Outside, the October wind threw rain against the windows in intermittent handfuls. Hermione reached across the table and put her hand on Harry's arm, and the touch was warm and real and grounding in a way that magic wasn't. "Then we'll find out ourselves," she said. October gave way to November in a slow descent of temperature and color. The grounds going gold, and then gray, and then white as Scottish winter settled over the castle like a duvet. Harry's Quidditch training consumed 3 evenings a week. Wood was a fanatic, the kind of captain who drew up plays at breakfast and referred to the Quidditch Cup with a reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts, and the physical demands of flight gave Harry something his mind had been craving, a way to use his body that wasn't about being different. In the air, everyone was different. Everyone was fast and vulnerable and reliant on skill rather than strange, inexplicable durability. Harry caught snitches because he had sharp eyes and good reflexes and an intuitive understanding of three-dimensional space, not because his bones were metal and his core ate magic. For an hour 3 times a week, he was just a boy on a broom, and the relief of that was sweeter than anything. On the ground, things were less simple. The absorption was getting more noticeable. In defense against the dark arts, Quirrel had them practicing basic defensive charms on each other, textbook stuff, low-power jinxes and their counters, and every spell that hit Harry vanished into his skin with that telltale golden pulse. He'd learned to angle his body so the glow was hidden, turning slightly, raising an arm, positioning himself so the flash was masked by movement. But the magic still went in, still accumulated, and the growing reservoir inside him was becoming harder to ignore. He could feel it now. A warmth in his chest, a constant low hum, like standing next to a power generator. His spells were getting stronger without him trying. A simple Wingardium Leviosa in Charms class sent his feather rocketing to the ceiling hard enough to stick there. And Flitwick had needed a summoning charm to get it down. He'd started deliberately underpowering his magic, pulling back on every spell, throttling the output like pinching a hose. And even so, he was outperforming students 2 years his senior. Hermione kept a notebook. She called it research because she was Hermione and everything was research. But what it really was, Harry knew, was a record: dates, incidents, observations, spell types absorbed, visible effects, estimated power increases. She approached his condition with the systematic rigor of a scientist and the protective fierceness of a friend. And the combination was exactly what Harry needed. "It's accelerating," she told him one evening in a corner of the common room, the notebook open between them. "Look, in September, you absorbed maybe 6 or 7 minor spells total. In October, during Quidditch practice and classes, the count was closer to 30. The ambient magic in the castle itself might be contributing. You're surrounded by enchantments here, and if your absorption isn't limited to direct spell contact, you think I'm absorbing magic from the building. I think it's possible. Hogwarts is one of the most magically saturated structures in the world. If your body can't distinguish between directed spells and ambient magical fields." She trailed off, made a note, continued. "The question is whether there's an upper limit. Can your core absorb indefinitely, or is there a threshold? And what happens when I hit it?" She looked at him, and for the first time he saw real fear in her eyes, not fear of him, but fear for him. "I don't know, that's what scares me." Harry reached over and closed the notebook. "Then we figure it out before we get there." The Quidditch match happened in early November. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the oldest rivalry in the school, played out on broomsticks 200 feet above a stadium full of screaming children. Harry sat in the changing room beforehand and listened to Wood's tactical briefing, and tried to focus on snitches, rather than the slow accumulation of stolen magic pressing against the walls of his soul. The game was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, elbows, fouls, the kind of aerial violence that existed in the gray area between legitimate strategy and assault. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, had the build and temperament of a young troll, and his beaters aimed bludgers at Harry with a personal malice that suggested pre-game instructions from interested parties. Harry dodged, wove, spiraled through the chaos of the pitch with the snitch of flickering gold absence in his peripheral vision, and then his broom lurched. Not turbulence, not a bludger strike. The broom lurched, bucking underneath him like a living thing trying to throw its rider. Harry gripped the handle and felt his stomach drop as the broom jerked again, violently, pitching him sideways. He clamped his thighs against the wood and held on with strength that should have been impossible for his size, his enhanced skeleton giving him a grip that the jinxing spell couldn't overcome. And he hung there, 200 feet up, his broom thrashing and bucking while the crowd screamed below. Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry could feel it, the foreign magic pulsing through the wood, trying to shake him loose, and his body was doing what it always did, absorbing. But this was different. The jinx wasn't hitting him directly. It was aimed at the broom, at an object, and he could only absorb what bled through the contact points where his hands and legs touched the wood. Some of it was getting through, draining into him, weakening the jinx incrementally but not fast enough. He looked across the pitch. through the chaos and the wind and the blur of players, and he found Quirrel. The professor was in the staff stands, his eyes fixed on Harry, his lips moving in a continuous, soundless incantation. Next to him, Snape was also staring at Harry, also muttering, and Harry couldn't tell which of them was cursing and which was counter-cursing, but his scar was burning and the turban was facing him, and the dark, oily magic he'd felt in the corridor was everywhere. His broom gave one final, enormous buck, and Harry should have fallen. Any normal person would have fallen, but Harry's fingers were locked around the handle with a grip reinforced by an adamantine skeleton, and his arms absorbed the shock without strain, and he held on through sheer unbreakable stubbornness until the jinx stuttered and broke. Later he'd learned that Hermione, brilliant, terrifying Hermione, had set fire to Snape's robes from under the stands, breaking the line of sight she'd wrongly identified as the source, and the broom steadied and Harry was free. He didn't waste time being shaken. The snitch was there, he could see it, a flash of gold near the ground, darting and hovering, and he rolled forward into the sharpest dive of his life, the wind screaming, the ground rushing up, and he was off the broom before he'd fully stopped, tumbling across the grass in a controlled roll that would have broken bones in anyone else. And when he stood up there was something in his mouth, small, cold, metallic tasting, and he spat the golden snitch into his hand and held it up and the stadium exploded. Gryffindor won, 170-60. Harry was carried off the pitch on the shoulders of the Weasley twins and deposited in the common room amid a party that lasted well past midnight. He smiled and accepted congratulations and drank butterbeer and felt the stolen magic from the jinxed broom settling into his core alongside everything else. And behind his smile he was thinking, Quirrel. It was Quirrel. Whatever is in that turban was trying to kill me, and it nearly worked because it went through the broom instead of through me. Someone knew his weakness. Someone had figured out that direct spells made him stronger and had found a workaround. That someone was not stupid. The Halloween feast was the turning point, though Harry didn't know it at the time. He was sitting between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, pumpkins floating overhead, the great hall alive with chatter and candlelight, when the doors burst open and Quirrel sprinted in, turban askew, face the color of old parchment, screaming "Troll, troll in the dungeons," before fainting dead away in a pool of his own robes. The panic was immediate. Dumbledore's voice cut through it like a blade, silence. And the old man issued instructions with the calm authority of someone who'd handled crises before. Prefects to lead students back to dormitories, teachers with him to the dungeons. Harry was being herded toward the door with the rest of the Gryffindors when Hermione pulled his sleeve. "She's not here," Hermione said. "Who?" "Parvati told me. Lavender Brown had an argument with her at lunch and she's been crying in the first-floor girls' bathroom all afternoon. She doesn't know about the troll." It took Harry a moment to catch up. "Lavender's in the bathroom." "Number Parvati said Lavender upset her. She's been there since." Hermione stopped, reorganized. Harry could see the frustration of someone whose thoughts moved faster than their mouth. A girl is alone in the first-floor bathroom, and there's a troll loose in the castle. I don't know her well. Her name is Sally Ann Perks, and she sits behind me in herbology, and I should have checked on her hours ago, but I didn't because I was studying, and if something happens to her, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Some conversations happen entirely in the space between two glances. "Hermione, go with the prefects," Harry said. "Absolutely not." "There's a troll, yes, and I know 17 more spells than you do, so if you think I'm letting you go alone..." 12, Ron muttered. "I counted. She knows 12 more. She's been keeping track." "This isn't the time for..." "Fine," Harry said. "Both of you, let's go." They went. The corridors were chaos. Students running, prefects shouting. The organized evacuation dissolving into exactly the kind of panicked scramble that happens when you tell several hundred children there's a dangerous monster in the building. "Harry, Ron and Hermione broke away from the flow and headed for the first-floor bathroom, moving fast, staying low, and then the smell hit them. Mountain trolls, Harry would later learn, smelled like a combination of old socks, open sewers, and the particular funk of something large and alive that had never in its existence encountered the concept of hygiene. The stench rolled down the corridor ahead of the creature itself, and when the troll appeared around the corner, Harry's first thought was that nothing should be that large and that stupid at the same time. 12 feet tall, granite-colored skin, a head the size of a small boulder, perched on a neck like a tree trunk, with tiny, piggy eyes that held about as much intelligence as a particularly dim potato. It was dragging a wooden club the size of a park bench, and it was heading directly for the girls' bathroom. "It's going in," Ron whispered, and the troll lurched through the doorway, and from inside the bathroom came a scream, high, terrified, the sound of someone confronting something their mind couldn't process. Harry ran, not away, not for help, into the bathroom, straight toward the sound, toward the troll, and later he would try to explain this to Dumbledore and McGonagall and fail because the explanation was simple and inarticulate. Someone was screaming and he could help, so he went. That was all. That was the entire moral calculus. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks torn from the wall, water spraying, cubicle doors shattered. Sally Ann Perks was backed into the far corner, small and tear-stained and paralyzed with terror, and the troll was raising its club overhead with the mechanical inevitability of a wrecking ball. "Oi!" Ron shouted from the doorway and hurled a piece of pipe at the troll's head. It bounced off. The troll turned, confused, tiny eyes trying to process the new information. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Hermione screamed, wand aimed at the club, and the massive wooden weapon jerked in the troll's grip, momentarily weightless, throwing the creature off balance. The troll staggered, swung wildly, and the club came free and flew upward, but Hermione couldn't hold it. The weight was too much for a first-year's levitation charm, and it crashed back down and the troll caught it again, and now it was angry, really angry, and it swung the club in a horizontal arc that took out an entire row of sinks and would have taken out Sally Ann if Harry hadn't already been there. He stepped in front of her. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't dodge. He planted his feet and faced the mountain troll, and the club came down on him like a freight train. The sound was extraordinary, not the wet crunch of flesh and bone that a troll's club should produce when it strikes a human body, not the snapping of a spine or the shattering of a skull. The sound was metallic, a deep, resonant clang that echoed off the bathroom walls like a cathedral bell, that vibrated through the floor and the pipes and the stone, and made the water in the broken sinks ripple. The club bounced. Harry's feet drove into the tile floor, cracking it, and he felt the impact travel through his entire skeleton, felt every bone in his body ring like a struck tuning fork, the vibration building and building, and the golden light wasn't subtle this time. It erupted from his skin in a visible wave, bright enough to cast sharp shadows, bright enough to make the troll flinch and raise one massive arm against the glare. Harry stood in the epicenter of the light and felt himself become something other than a boy. The impact should have killed him, should have crushed his skull and snapped his spine and turned his organs to pulp. Instead, the kinetic force had been absorbed, converted, the magic lacing his bones, transmuting physical energy into raw power that flooded his core like water crashing through a dam. He was burning with it. He was incandescent. The troll swung again. Harry caught the club, not deflected it, not blocked it, caught it with both hands, his fingers sinking into the wood, the force of the swing doing nothing less than nothing, because the kinetic energy poured into him and the golden light blazed brighter, and Harry felt stronger than he'd ever felt, stronger than anything, like he could reach out and tear the world apart at the seams. He didn't. He held the club, and the troll stared at him with its tiny, stupid eyes, and Harry stared back and said very quietly, "Let go." The troll didn't understand words, but it understood the light, and the impossible strength, and the something in Harry's eyes that spoke a language older than words. It released the club and took a step back, and Harry felt the magic building in him, swelling past anything he'd contained before, and he didn't know what to do with it, so he let it go, not at the troll, but down into the floor, into the stone of the castle, and the entire bathroom shuddered as the energy discharged into Hogwarts' foundations. Tiles cracked in concentric circles around his feet. The overhead lights flared and popped. Somewhere in the castle, every suit of armor on the first floor took one simultaneous step forward and then stopped, as if they'd been startled awake and immediately gone back to sleep. Harry lifted the troll's club over his head. It weighed at least 300 pounds, and he held it like a baseball bat and brought it down on the troll's skull with everything he had left. The creature's eyes crossed, its legs buckled, and it collapsed like a condemned building, hitting the floor hard enough to send up a spray of standing water and shattered tile. Silence. Water dripping. The sound of Harry's breathing, ragged and harsh. He dropped the club. His hands were shaking. The golden light was fading from his skin, draining away like liquid, and he felt empty, not weak, but hollowed out, like a vessel that had been filled past capacity and had found a way to pour itself out just in time. His bones ached with a phantom vibration, a ghostly ringing, the afterimage of that tremendous resonance slowly fading. "Harry," Hermione's voice, small, awed, scared. He turned. She was standing in the doorway with Ron, both of them staring at him. Ron's mouth was open. Hermione's wasn't. Her lips were pressed together in a thin line, but her eyes were enormous, and Harry could see her filing this away, adding it to the notebook, the catalog of things Harry Potter's body could do that no human body should. Sally Ann Perks was pressed against the far wall, staring at Harry like he was a second monster. "Are you okay?" Harry asked her, and his voice sounded normal, surprisingly normal. The voice of an 11-year-old boy asking a question, and maybe that was the strangest thing of all. You, Sally Ann couldn't finish. She was shaking. "She's in shock," Hermione said, practical and immediate, and pushed past Harry to reach Sally Ann, wrapping an arm around the trembling girl's shoulders. "It's okay. It's over. You're safe." The thundering of adult footsteps announced the arrival of the cavalry, McGonagall first, white-faced, followed by Snape, who was limping, Harry noticed, and who swept the destroyed bathroom with black eyes that missed nothing, followed by Quirrel, who took one look at the unconscious troll and sat down on a toilet with a whimper. "What on earth happened here?" McGonagall demanded, and her voice had a quality that Harry had not heard from her before, not anger, not authority, but something close to panic barely suppressed. Her eyes were on the troll, on the cracked floor, on the circular pattern of destruction radiating from where Harry stood. "We came to find Sally Ann," Harry said. "She didn't know about the troll. You, Mr. Potter, you could have been killed." "He wasn't," Snape said quietly. He was staring at Harry with that look again, the one from the dungeon classroom, the one that held grief and wonder and fury in equal measure. "He wasn't killed, and the troll was." "Unconscious," Harry said. "Not dead, just unconscious." An 11-year-old boy knocked out a fully grown mountain troll with its own club. Snape's voice was perfectly flat. "And the bathroom appears to have experienced a minor earthquake centered precisely on your location. Would you care to explain, Potter, or shall we all pretend that's normal?" The bathroom was very quiet. Water dripped. The troll snored. Sally Ann was crying quietly into Hermione's shoulder. Ron was standing very still with his wand out, pointed at nothing. The stance of someone who is ready for violence and doesn't know what to do when the violence is already over. "He saved her life," Hermione said. "Whatever else happened in here, he saved her life. A troll was about to kill her and he stopped it. If you want to punish someone for that, Professor, then go ahead, but don't pretend the most important thing in this room is an explanation." Snape looked at Hermione, and something shifted in his expression, surprise, perhaps, or a grudging reassessment. He said nothing. McGonagall took a breath. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. Each, for sheer dumb luck if nothing else. Now get to your dormitory. All of you now, they went. Harry walked between Ron and Hermione down corridors that still smelled faintly of troll, and no one spoke until they were through the portrait hole, and in the warmth of the common room, and Ron said, "Bloody hell, Harry," in a voice that was half admiration and half fear. And Hermione said nothing but held Harry's gaze for a long moment. And in that look was everything, the notebook, the questions, the growing certainty that whatever Harry was becoming, it was bigger than any of them could contain. Harry sat in his favorite chair by the fire and felt the last of the absorbed energy settling into his core. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid of it. He was afraid of himself, of what he'd felt in that moment when the light blazed and the power surged, that instant of absolute capability, of limitless potential, the feeling that he could do anything, destroy anything, and nothing in the world could stop him. That was the thing that scared him, not the power, the wanting. Far above, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore stood at his window and looked out over the darkened grounds and held in his hand a small silver instrument that was spinning so fast it had begun to smoke. The instrument measured magical core density. He had built it himself, decades ago, to monitor Tom Riddle. It had never spun this fast for Tom Riddle. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said quietly, and the phoenix on its perch lifted its head and regarded him with ancient golden eyes. "I believe we may have made a miscalculation." The phoenix sang a single, low note, not comfort but acknowledgement. Dumbledore set the spinning instrument down on his desk. It continued to rotate, trailing thin wisps of silver smoke, measuring the impossible expansion of an 11-year-old boy's magical core 4 floors below. "Lily," he murmured, "what did you create?" The instrument spun. The castle settled around them, ancient and patient, and in its foundations, in the stones and the wards and the deep structural magic that had held Hogwarts together for 1,000 years, something new had been added. A pulse of golden energy, discharged from a boy in a bathroom, absorbed into the castle's bones. Hogwarts hummed, and far below, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter fell asleep by the fire with his friends beside him and his skeleton singing and his core full of stolen light. And he dreamed of a woman with green eyes and red hair who had loved him enough to remake his bones and change the nature of magic itself. And in the dream she was saying something he couldn't quite hear, something important, something that sounded like a warning. He slept. His bones sang. The castle listened. And in the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor, behind a locked door, past a 3-headed dog and a series of enchantments designed by the finest magical minds in Britain, the Philosopher's Stone sat in its mirror and waited for someone unbreakable to come looking for it. Chapter 2. The absorption winter came to Hogwarts like a siege. The temperature dropped so fast in the 2nd week of November that the lake froze overnight. A solid sheet of gray ice that groaned and cracked in the pre-dawn silence like something alive trying to get comfortable. Snow followed, not the gentle, picturesque snowfall of Christmas cards, but thick, relentless Scottish snow that buried the grounds knee-deep and turned the walk to herbology into an Arctic expedition. Students moved through the corridors in clusters, wrapped in scarves and warming charms, breath fogging in the colder passages where the castle's ancient heating enchantments had worn thin over the centuries. Harry barely noticed the cold. His body ran warm now, had been running warm since the troll, since the massive discharge of energy that had cracked the bathroom floor and pulsed into the castle's foundations. The reservoir of absorbed magic in his core generated a constant, low-grade heat that kept his skin flushed, and his fingers nimble even when Ron was blowing on his hands, and complaining about frostbite, and Hermione was casting surreptitious warming charms on her own socks between classes. "You're not even wearing gloves," Ron said accusingly one morning as they crossed the courtyard toward the greenhouses, snow crunching under their boots. Ron was bundled in 3 layers of hand-me-down Weasley knitwear, his nose the color of a radish. "It's -6, Harry. Actual -6. Sprout said the venomous tentacula froze solid and they had to thaw it with hairdryers. "How are you not wearing gloves?" "I run hot," Harry said. "You run weird is what you run." Hermione, walking on Harry's other side, said nothing, but she made a note in the small leather journal she now carried everywhere. Harry had stopped pretending not to notice the journal. It had become part of their unspoken arrangement. Harry experienced strange things. Hermione documented them, and together they tried to build a map of territory that no one had explored before. Ron occupied the essential role of the person who kept them both sane by refusing to take any of it too seriously, while simultaneously being willing to follow Harry into a bathroom containing a mountain troll, which was its own form of extraordinary. The 3 of them had become inseparable since Halloween. The troll had been a crucible, the kind of shared experience that burns away the surface and leaves only what's real. Ron had thrown a pipe at a creature that could have killed him without thinking. Hermione had tried to levitate a 300-pound club with a first-year charm. Harry had taken a blow that should have ended him and turned it into a weapon. After something like that, the question of whether you were truly friends stopped being a question. But the troll had changed other things too. The story had spread through the school with the unstoppable momentum of gossip in a closed community, distorted, amplified, mythologized. By the end of the first week, the version circulating among the younger students had Harry catching the Trolls Club mid-swing and hurling it through a wall. By the end of the second week, some of the Hufflepuff first-years believed he'd punched the troll unconscious with his bare hands. The truth that he'd absorbed the kinetic energy of the impact, glowed like a small sun, and brought the club down on the creature's skull, was somehow both less dramatic and more disturbing than the rumors, and the students who'd been close enough to hear Ron and Hermione's actual account gave Harry a wider berth in the corridors than those who'd only heard legends. Sally Ann Perks hadn't spoken to him since. She sat on the far side of every classroom they shared, kept her eyes down when they passed in hallways, and flinched visibly when Harry raised his hand to answer a question in charms. He understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. He'd seen himself reflected in the bathroom mirrors during that moment of incandescent power, gold light pouring from his skin, a troll's club in his hands like a toy, the floor cracking under him, and if he'd been standing where Sally Ann was standing, he'd have been afraid too. "She'll come around," Hermione said one evening, watching Harry watch Sally Ann leave the common room the moment he entered it. "She just needs time. She's afraid of me. She's afraid of what happened. There's a difference." "Is there?" Hermione didn't answer that. She opened her journal instead and said, "I found something. In most potent potions of all places, there's a chapter on corporeal enchantment. It's in the restricted section, so I only saw the table of contents in the catalog, but how did you see the restricted section catalog?" The look she gave him was magnificently innocent. "I asked Madame Pince for help with a potions essay. She was very accommodating." "Hermione, the point is, corporeal enchantment is a real discipline. It's the magical reinforcement or alteration of physical matter, usually objects, sometimes structures, very rarely living tissue. The chapter in most potent potions is called The Living Vessel, Alchemical Approaches to Biological Fortification." "Ring any bells?" Harry stared at her. "You think my mum was an alchemist?" "No, not formally. But alchemy and advanced charms overlap in fascinating ways, especially when you're talking about binding magical properties to physical substrates. If your mother found a way to infuse your skeleton with some kind of magically reactive substance, something that could absorb and convert magical energy the way certain alchemical compounds absorb and convert heat, Then the killing curse would have been the trigger, Harry said slowly, the pieces arranging themselves in his mind. She set up the foundation, whatever she did to my bones, and the curse activated it, powered it. The most powerful dark magic in existence, absorbed into a framework designed to absorb magic, and it supercharged you, Hermione finished. Like a battery that got its first charge from a lightning bolt. Your bones became the conductor, and every spell since has just been adding to the charge. She paused, chewed her lip. But there's a problem with that theory. Just one. A big one. If your mother had time to perform corporeal enchantment on an infant, which would require extensive preparation, rare materials, and probably months of sustained spell work, then she knew Voldemort was coming. She had advance warning. And if she had advance warning, why didn't she run? Why stay and die? The question settled between them like a stone in still water. Harry felt it, the familiar ache that lived beneath the anger, the loss that he couldn't properly grieve because he'd never properly had. His mother had known. She'd had time to rebuild his body at the molecular level, to prepare a defense against the most lethal curse in existence, and she'd chosen to stay. She'd chosen to die. Why? Because the enchantment needed her death, Harry said, and the words came from somewhere deep, somewhere instinctive, and he knew they were true even as he said them. Whatever she did to my bones, it needed a sacrifice to activate. Not just any sacrifice, her life, her love. That's what the Sorting Hat said, bound by love and sacrifice and something older than either. Hermione's eyes were bright. A willing sacrifice as the catalytic component. That's Harry, that's ancient magic. Pre-Hogwarts, pre-Merlin, possibly pre-civilization. There are references in the oldest texts. The idea that a freely chosen death in defense of another creates a magical resonance so powerful it can alter the fundamental properties of matter. If your mother used that principle as the keystone of a corporeal enchantment, then she didn't just protect me, she weaponized her own death. They sat with that for a long time. The fire burned low. Ron had fallen asleep in the adjacent chair with a chocolate frog wrapper stuck to his cheek, and his gentle snoring provided a counterpoint to the weight of what they were discussing. Outside, the wind drove snow against the tower windows in rhythmic gusts, and the castle hummed around them, that low, persistent vibration that Harry felt in his bones and that he now suspected the castle felt in its own. "We need that book," Harry said finally. "The one in the restricted section." "I know. I'm working on it." "How?" That innocent look again. "Professor Flitwick likes me, and he owes me a favor. I found an error in his lecture notes last week and told him privately instead of in front of the class. Hermione Granger, you are terrifying." "Thank you. Now go to bed. You've got Quidditch practice at 6. He went to bed. He lay in the four-poster with the curtains drawn and the darkness pressing in, and felt the warmth of his core like a second heartbeat, steady and strong, and thought about his mother building a fortress out of her own bones, and then dying to turn the key in the lock. He dreamed of green light and a woman's voice, and woke up with his pillow wet and his scar prickling, and the taste of old magic on his tongue. The next morning brought potions, which Harry had come to regard with the same anticipatory dread usually reserved for dental appointments and conversations with Aunt Marge. Snape hadn't spoken to him privately since the first lesson, since the severing charm and the glow and the name Lily, but the silences between them had grown louder, more charged, full of things unsaid. Snape watched Harry during every class with the clinical intensity of a man conducting an ongoing experiment, and Harry watched him back, and the other students had started to notice. "He's obsessed with you," Ron said, not for the first time as they descended the dungeon stairs. "In a creepy, possibly illegal way. He knew my parents. Lots of people knew your parents. McGonagall knew your parents. She's not trying to cut you with spells after class." "We don't know what he was trying to do," Harry said, though he privately agreed with Ron's characterization. The dungeon was cold and dim as always, the one part of Hogwarts where Harry's internal warmth wasn't enough, where the chills seemed to come from somewhere deeper than temperature, from the stone itself, as if the foundations here were older and less friendly than the castle above. Snape was already at his desk when they filed in, black eyes tracking Harry's progress to his seat with the unwavering focus of a hawk watching a mouse. Today's lesson was the forgetfulness potion, straightforward enough, a standard first-year brew that required precise timing and careful measurement, but nothing genuinely dangerous. Harry worked through the preparation methodically, cutting valerian sprigs, measuring Lethe River water, grinding mistletoe berries with a pestle. His potion was coming together well, a pale, silvery liquid that swirled in his cauldron like captured moonlight. Snape materialized behind him halfway through the lesson. Harry felt him before he saw him, not through any magical sense, but through the primal animal awareness of a boy who'd spent 10 years learning to detect hostile presences at his back. "Your technique is adequate," Snape said, which from Snape was roughly equivalent to a standing ovation from anyone else. "Your mother was gifted at potions. It seems the aptitude, at least, was inherited." The dungeon went quiet. Not silent, cauldrons still bubbled, knives still chopped, but the students nearest Harry had gone very still, because Snape voluntarily mentioning a student's parent in a tone that wasn't dripping with contempt was an event roughly as common as a solar eclipse. "You knew her well, sir," Harry said carefully. He didn't look up from his cauldron. He kept his voice neutral, conversational, the voice of someone asking about the weather rather than about the woman whose death had restructured his entire body. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Harry could feel the man's gaze on the back of his neck like a physical weight. "Well enough," Snape said finally, and his voice had that raw quality again, the one that slipped out when his control lapsed. "She was remarkable in ways that most people never understood. Did she ever talk about alchemy? About binding magic to physical objects?" The silence that followed was different, sharper. Harry looked up and found Snape staring at him with an expression he'd never seen on the man's face before. Not anger, not contempt, not even the complicated grief that surfaced when Lily was mentioned. This was alarm, pure, undisguised alarm. "Where did you hear about that?" Snape said softly. "The Sorting Hat told me my mother did something to my bones. You already know about it, you tested it in the first lesson. You cast a severing charm at my hand and it didn't work and you said, 'Lily, what did you do?' I'm not stupid, Professor, and I'm tired of not knowing what I am." Around them, students were staring. Ron had stopped pretending to work and was watching with the tense readiness of someone prepared to intervene if necessary. Hermione had her wand under the desk, which Harry found both touching and unnecessary. Snape looked at Harry for a long time. Then he said, "After class, my office, alone." "No," Harry said. Snape's eyebrow rose. "Hermione comes. She's been researching this, and she's smarter than either of us about theory. And I'm done having conversations about my own body that happen in secret behind closed doors." A muscle in Snape's jaw twitched. Harry could see the refusal forming, the instinctive dismissal, and then something else, something that looked almost like respect, surfacing for just a moment before being submerged again beneath the familiar ice. "Miss Granger may attend," Snape said. "Mr. Weasley may wait outside. And if a single word of what I tell you leaves that room, I will make all 3 of your lives so comprehensively miserable that you will beg for the simplicity of trolls." He swept away. Harry's hands were shaking. He gripped the edge of the workbench until his knuckles went white, whiter than white, actually, with a faint metallic sheen visible under the skin, the adamantine skeleton pressing close to the surface, and breathed. Ron leaned over. "Did you just negotiate terms with Snape?" "I think so." And he agreed. "I think so. Mate, you're unbelievable." "So I've been told." Snape's office was exactly what you'd expect from a man who had constructed his entire personality around the aesthetic of intimidation. dim, cramped, lined with shelves of specimens in jars that ranged from the mildly unsettling to the genuinely nightmarish. A large desk dominated the center, covered in parchment and ink bottles and a single framed photograph that Snape turned face down the moment they entered, a gesture so quick and reflexive that Harry almost missed it. He didn't miss it. He saw the flash of red hair in the photograph before it was hidden, and he said nothing. And the space between those two choices, seeing and not speaking, was where he filed this particular piece of Severus Snape's humanity. Hermione sat in the chair across from Snape's desk with her journal open and her quill ready, which under other circumstances would have been comically presumptuous, but in this context felt entirely appropriate. Harry stood. He'd found that standing gave him a psychological advantage in conversations with adults who wanted to control the terms. It was harder to be dismissed when you were on your feet and looking someone in the eye. Ron was outside the door, ostensibly standing guard, though what exactly he was guarding against was unclear. Snape folded his hands on the desk and looked at them with the expression of a man who was about to do something he found deeply distasteful out of an obligation he found even more distasteful. "What I'm about to tell you," he said, "I tell you because you have a right to know, and because if I don't, you'll find out anyway and probably get yourselves killed in the process. Not because I care about your well-being, Potter, let us be clear on that." "Crystal clear, sir," Harry said. Snape's lip curled. "Your mother, Lily." He said the name like it cost him something. "She was, as I said, remarkable. Not merely talented, talent is common enough. She was original. She saw connections between disciplines that other witches and wizards treated as entirely separate. Charms and alchemy, transfiguration and arithmancy. Potions and—" he stopped, visibly collected himself. "She came to me in the summer of 1980. You were 3 months old. She was frightened. She told me that she and your father were in danger, that a prophecy had been made, that the Dark Lord was coming for her family, and that conventional protections wouldn't be enough." Harry's blood went cold. "A prophecy? That is not my secret to tell, and you will not hear it from me. What I can tell you is that your mother, knowing what was coming, began working on something she called the Living Shield. She'd been developing the theory for years, the idea that protective magic could be permanently embedded in living tissue rather than cast as an external barrier. Not a spell you put on someone, a spell you put in someone, in their body, in their bones." Hermione's quill was moving so fast it was almost a blur. "Corporeal enchantment," she breathed. "The living vessel." Snape glanced at her and something in his expression shifted, a faint, unwilling recognition of intelligence being applied correctly. "You've done your reading, Miss Granger." "Yes. The principle is the same, though Lily's application was unprecedented. She believed that if she could saturate a skeletal structure with a specific alchemical compound, a magically reactive metal alloy that she'd spent 2 years developing, and then activate it with a sufficiently powerful magical catalyst, the result would be a body that was functionally invulnerable to magic. Not resistant, not shielded, invulnerable. Every spell that struck the subject would be absorbed into the metallic substrate and converted into raw magical energy, which would then be stored in the subject's core." The room was very quiet. Harry could hear his own heartbeat and beneath it the low hum of his bones. "She came to me," Snape continued, "because she needed a potions master to help refine the alchemical compound. The metal itself was extraordinary. She'd synthesized it from a base of goblin silver, which, as you may know, absorbs that which strengthens it, combined with powdered moonstone, runespore venom, and phoenix ash. The result was a liquid alloy that, when introduced to living bone tissue, would bond permanently at the molecular level, replacing the calcium matrix with a metallic one while maintaining biological function. She put metal in my bones," Harry said, and his voice sounded distant even to himself. She spent 3 months infusing your skeleton through a series of precisely calibrated potions administered in your formula, bottle by bottle, ounce by ounce. The process was slow because it had to be, too fast and the alloy would have killed you. By the time it was complete, every bone in your body had been replaced by a hybrid structure that was, for all practical purposes, indestructible. And you helped her. Snape's expression was unreadable. I provided the potion's expertise. The alchemical theory was entirely hers, as was the decision to use it on a 3-month-old child. A pause. I argued against it. I told her it was untested, dangerous, that the long-term effects were unknown. She told me. His voice broke just slightly, a hairline fracture in the facade. She told me that long-term effects were a luxury she didn't expect to have. The words hung in the cold dungeon air. Harry felt them settle into him alongside all the other absorbed things, the spells, the impacts, the knowledge, and they were heavier than any of it. The activation catalyst, Hermione said quietly. That was the killing curse. That was her death, Snape said. Specifically, her willing sacrifice. The compound in Potter's bones was inert until activated by a magical event of sufficient magnitude. Lily theorized that the most powerful magical act possible was a deliberate sacrifice, a person choosing to die to protect another. The love and intent behind that choice would generate a magical pulse strong enough to activate the compound, and the killing curse directed at Potter immediately afterward would be the first absorption, the foundational charge that would bring the entire system online. She planned it, Harry said. She planned to die. She planned for the worst case. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. She hoped the Fidelius charm would hold, that the war would end, that the Dark Lord would be defeated by other means, but if all else failed. Snape looked at Harry, and for just a moment the mask slipped completely, and what was underneath was raw and terrible and very human. She wanted you to survive, whatever the cost, whatever it took. She wanted you to live in a world that couldn't hurt you. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard and felt wetness on his cheeks, and didn't wipe it away because there was no shame in crying for a mother who had loved him enough to remake him. Hermione's hand found his. She squeezed. He squeezed back. "There's more," Snape said, and his voice had steadied, the mask reassembling itself piece by piece. "The compound, the alloy in your bones, it wasn't designed to have an upper limit. Lily was working under extreme time pressure with incomplete information, and the absorption mechanism she built was open-ended. Every spell you absorb, every magical impact, every ambient enchantment your body processes, it all goes into your core, and your core expands to accommodate it. Theoretically, there is no ceiling." "Theoretically," Hermione said sharply. "In practice, no magical core has ever been subjected to the kind of sustained, accelerating input that Potter's is experiencing. The core is a magical organ, not physical but real, the seat of a witch or wizard's power. It has elasticity, but elasticity has limits. Push any system far enough and it will." He paused, choosing his words. "Fail." "You mean explode," Harry said flatly. "I mean catastrophically destabilize." A core collapse would release every ounce of stored magical energy simultaneously. Given the amount Potter has already absorbed and the rate at which absorption is accelerating, the resulting detonation would be. Snape stopped, swallowed. "Significant." "How significant?" Hermione pressed. "Sufficient to destroy Hogwarts and everything within several miles of it." The silence that followed was not the comfortable silence of friends or the charged silence of enemies. It was the silence of two 11-year-olds processing the information that one of them was a potential bomb. "Does Dumbledore know?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore knows everything I've told you and considerably more. He has been monitoring your core density since you arrived at the school. He believes the risk is manageable." "And you," Snape looked at him for a long time. "I believe your mother was a genius. I also believe that genius is not the same as infallibility, and that a system designed in desperation by a 21-year-old woman working from incomplete theoretical models may have flaws that will only become apparent under stress. You think she made a mistake. I think she made a choice, and I think the consequences of that choice are still unfolding." He stood abruptly, and the vulnerability was gone, locked away behind black eyes and sallow skin, and the rigid posture of a man who had already shown more of himself than he could tolerate. "You have what you came for. Leave." "Thank you, Professor," Hermione said, and she said it with genuine warmth which seemed to unsettle Snape more than anything else in the conversation. Harry turned to go, then stopped. "The photograph you turned over when we came in, that was her, my mum." Snape's hand tightened on the edge of his desk. "Get out, Potter. I'm not going to tell anyone." "Get out." Harry went. In the corridor, Ron was leaning against the wall with the studied casualness of someone who had absolutely been trying to listen through the door. He took one look at Harry's face and straightened up. "Bad. Complicated," Harry said. "I'll explain everything, but not here." They found an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. Not the forbidden corridor, which they gave a wide berth, but a disused room full of broken desks, and a chalkboard that still bore the ghostly remnants of a transfiguration lesson from what appeared to be 1974. Harry sat on a desk and told Ron everything while Hermione filled in the technical details from her notes, and Ron listened with the focused attention of someone who understood that his best friend had just learned something that changed everything. When Harry finished, Ron was quiet for nearly a full minute. Then he said, "So your mum basically turned you into a magical tank?" Harry surprised himself by laughing. It was a short, sharp sound, more release than humor, but it was real. "Yeah, Ron, basically. And you could blow up the school if you absorb too much. Also, yes. And Dumbledore knows and hasn't told you, correct?" Ron nodded slowly, processing, then, "Right, so we don't let you blow up the school, that's the priority. Everything else, Snape being weird, Dumbledore being secretive, your bones being metal, that's all secondary to the not blowing up part." Yeah. Good, glad we're clear." Ron clapped his hands together. "Now who wants dinner? I'm starving." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. And despite everything, despite the revelations and the danger and the weight of a dead mother's desperate genius pressing down on all of them, they both smiled, because Ron Weasley's gift was not intelligence or power or strategic brilliance. Ron Weasley's gift was making the unbearable feel manageable, and that was worth more than metal bones and infinite magical potential combined. They went to dinner. Harry ate roast beef and potatoes and treacle tart and felt normal for 45 minutes. And then the doors of the great hall opened, and Dumbledore entered with an expression on his ancient face that Harry had never seen before. And he felt the brief reprieve dissolve like sugar in rain. Dumbledore didn't look at Harry. That was what told him something was wrong, the deliberate avoidance, the careful non-acknowledgement, the headmaster crossing to the staff table and sitting down, and engaging McGonagall in conversation with a casualness so perfect it could only be performed. Dumbledore was a man who did everything with intention, and the intention behind not looking at Harry was louder than a shout. Snape had told him. Or Snape hadn't needed to tell him, because Dumbledore had his spinning silver instrument and his monitoring spells and his decades of experience reading the magical weather. And he already knew that Harry knew, and now the game was different. "He's pretending I'm not here," Harry murmured to Hermione. "I noticed." "Why would he avoid you?" Ron asked through a mouthful of potato. "He's the headmaster. If he wants to talk to you, he can just summon you to his office." "Because summoning me would be an acknowledgement that something's changed. Right now he's deciding how to play this, whether to bring me in or keep me at arm's length, whether I'm more useful knowing or not knowing." Ron and Hermione both stared at him. "What?" Harry said. "When did you get so good at reading people?" Ron asked. "I spent 10 years living with the Dursleys. You learn to read people when your safety depends on predicting their moods." The lightness went out of the moment. Hermione's hand found his under the table again, brief, warm, a reminder that he was here and not there, and they finished dinner in a quiet that was more contemplative than uncomfortable. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster listening to the breathing of 4 other boys, Ron's snoring, Neville's restless murmuring, Dean's silence, Seamus's occasional sleep-talking in a thick Irish accent, and stared at the canopy above him and thought about choices. His mother had chosen to die. Snape had chosen to help her and then chosen to hate her son. Dumbledore had chosen to place Harry with the Dursleys, and chosen to monitor him from a distance, and chosen, now, to avoid him in a crowded hall rather than face the conversation they both knew was coming. Quirrel, or whatever was behind Quirrel's turban, had chosen to target Harry through his broom rather than directly, which meant it knew about the absorption, which meant it was intelligent enough to strategize around Harry's invulnerability, which meant it was far more dangerous than a stuttering defense professor had any right to be. And Harry? What had Harry chosen? To trust Hermione with his secret, to confront Snape, to walk into a bathroom with a troll. Small choices, instinctive ones driven more by impulse than calculation. He needed to be more deliberate. He needed to think further ahead. Because the people moving pieces around him, Dumbledore, Snape, the thing in the turban, were playing a game that extended well beyond the boundaries of what an 11-year-old could see. And if Harry wanted to be more than a piece on someone else's board, he needed to start making choices that mattered. He got up, pulled on his dressing gown, took his invisibility cloak, the extraordinary, impossible garment that Dumbledore had sent him anonymously at Christmas, with a note that said, "Your father left this in my possession. Use it well," and draped it over himself and slipped out of the dormitory and down the stairs and through the portrait hole into the sleeping castle. He didn't have a destination. He just needed to move, to think, to feel the castle's ancient magic pressing against his skin without the distraction of classes and classmates and the constant social performance of being Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who couldn't be hurt. The corridors at night were different. The torches burned low, casting long shadows that moved in ways that had nothing to do with wind. Portraits dozed in their frames, muttering and shifting, occasionally snoring. The suits of armor stood at attention along the walls, and Harry felt, the pulse of energy he discharged into the castle's foundations after the troll, and wondered if the armor remembered too. He found himself on the 3rd floor. Not the forbidden corridor, he'd avoided that, skirted it, but his wandering had brought him to the same wing, and he could feel something pulling at him from behind the locked door at the corridor's end. Not a compulsion, not a spell. Something subtler, a resonance, his bones vibrating at a frequency that matched something on the other side of that door, a harmonic relationship between his enhanced skeleton and whatever was hidden beyond. He didn't open the door, not tonight, but he stood in the dark corridor with his cloak around him and felt the pull and filed it away alongside everything else. A sound. Footsteps, light and quick, coming from the staircase at the corridor's far end. Harry pressed himself against the wall, unnecessary under the cloak but instinct, and watched as a figure emerged from the shadows. Quirrel. The professor moved differently at night. The stammer was gone, the nervous flinch, the hunched posture of a man afraid of his own shadow. He walked upright, purposeful, his turban-wrapped head turning slowly from side to side as if scanning the corridor with senses that had nothing to do with eyes. He moved toward the forbidden door with the deliberate stride of someone who had been here before, and Harry's scar erupted in pain. Not the gentle prickling of class, not the manageable throb of the brushed contact in the corridor. This was agony, white-hot, searing, a line of fire drawn across his forehead, and Harry bit down on his own tongue to keep from crying out and tasted blood, and felt the dark magic rolling off Quirrel like heat from a furnace. And his body did what it always did. It absorbed. The darkness poured into him, not like the clean, neutral magic of classroom spells. This was thick and wrong, carrying emotional resonance that made Harry's stomach clench, and he understood with sudden, visceral clarity that the magic coming from Quirrel was not Quirrel's. It belonged to something else, something parasitic, something that was using the professor's body like a puppet and had been since the start of term, hiding behind a turban and a stutter while it inched closer and closer to whatever was behind that locked door. Voldemort. The name surfaced in Harry's mind with the force of revelation, not a guess. A certainty born from the taste of the magic, the same magic that had killed his parents, the same magic his mother had died to protect him from, the same magic that had been the first and greatest charge his bones had ever absorbed. He knew this signature. His body knew it the way a wound knows the blade that made it. Quirrell reached the door. He raised his wand. He began to mutter an incantation, something long and sibilant, and Harry's scar was screaming and his core was burning with the absorbed dark magic, and he needed to leave, needed to get away before the pain made him cry out and gave his position away. He retreated, slowly, carefully, each step measured against the pounding of his heart and the fire in his scar, down the corridor, down the stairs, through the sleeping castle, his bones vibrating with stolen darkness, the warmth in his chest now carrying an edge of something cold and sharp and foreign. He made it back to the dormitory, pulled off the cloak, sat on his bed in the dark and pressed both hands against his scar and breathed through the fading pain, and felt the dark magic settling into his core alongside the light, and thought, this is what Snape warned about. This is how it happens. Not a massive influx of power all at once, but a slow accumulation, spell by spell, incident by incident, dark mixed with light until the core can't tell the difference, until the strain becomes too much, until boom. He lay down. He didn't sleep. He stared at the canopy and felt his core humming with its expanded charge. Larger now, measurably larger, the dark magic from Quirrell's corridor having added a significant deposit to the reservoir, and he thought about his mother's choice and Dumbledore's silence, and the thing wearing Quirrell's face creeping through the castle at night toward a locked door, and he made a decision. Tomorrow, he was going to find the Mirror of Eris. He didn't know why he knew the name. It had surfaced in his mind alongside the image of a tall, ornate mirror hidden somewhere in the castle's depths. Information absorbed alongside the dark magic, perhaps a fragment of knowledge carried on the current of Voldemort's parasitic presence. Or perhaps Dumbledore's anonymous gift of the cloak had been less anonymous and more intentional than it seemed. A tool given to a boy who couldn't resist exploring, with the expectation that exploration would lead to specific discoveries. Either way, Harry knew, and tomorrow he would go. But first he had to survive the night, and the night was very long, and the darkness in his core whispered things he didn't want to hear. Ready for unicorn blood, Hermione said that evening, her voice tight. She had a book open, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Advanced Edition, probably sourced from the restricted section through methods Harry chose not to examine. Drinking unicorn blood will keep you alive even if you're an inch from death, but it comes at a terrible price. The moment the blood touches your lips, you'll have a half-life, a cursed life from the moment on. So whoever's killing unicorns is dying, Ron said, and desperate enough to accept the curse. They looked at each other. They didn't need to say the name. He's getting weaker, Harry said. Quirrell's body isn't enough anymore. Voldemort's feeding on Quirrell's life force, burning through it, and unicorn blood is the only thing keeping both of them functional while he figures out how to get the stone. Then it's accelerating, Hermione said. His timeline's moving up. If he's resorting to unicorn blood, he's running out of time, which means he's going to make a move on the stone soon. The common room was busy around them. Students playing chess, reading, arguing about Quidditch, and the normality of it felt surreal, like watching a play while knowing the theater was on fire. Harry pulled his chair closer and dropped his voice. We need to watch Quirrel. Every move, every class, every time he goes near the third floor. If he makes a play for the stone, we need to know before he gets through the protections. Harry, Ron said carefully, we're 11, and Voldemort is possessing a teacher in our school and killing unicorns in our forest and trying to steal an object that will make him immortal. Age is a bit beside the point. Ron considered this. Fair. They established a rotation. It wasn't sophisticated. They were first years with no access to surveillance magic, so the system relied on line-of-sight observation. Hermione's meticulously maintained schedule of Quirrel's known movements, and the invisibility cloak for after-hours monitoring. Harry took the night shifts, Ron the early mornings, and Hermione coordinated, maintaining a log that tracked Quirrel's location at every observed interval. The pattern emerged quickly. Quirrel spent most of his time in his office or his classroom, maintaining the facade of normalcy. But twice a week, always late, always after midnight, he made his way to the third-floor corridor. He never went in. He stood outside the locked door, murmuring in a voice that wasn't entirely his own, and Harry, watching from beneath the cloak, could feel the dark magic radiating from the turban in waves that his newly trained gate deflected without absorbing. It was on one of these surveillance nights, late February, the castle bitter cold, Harry's breath fogging inside the cloak, that he heard the second voice. Not Quirrel's stammer, not even Quirrel's confident night voice. Something else entirely, thin, high, cold as the space between stars. It came from the turban, muffled but unmistakable, and it said, "The boy has learned to close the gate. We must move before he learns to use what he's already taken." Harry's blood went to ice. Quirrel's reply was subservient, trembling. "Master, the protections, the dog, the challenges, I haven't. The protections are Dumbledore's vanity, puzzles for children. You have the knowledge to bypass them. What you lack is courage." "Master, please. The stone, Quirinus. Bring me the stone, or I will find a host who can." Quirrel made a sound that was barely human, a whimper, a broken thing, and retreated from the corridor at speed, his footsteps fading down the staircase. Harry stayed pressed against the wall, the cloak wrapped tight, his heart slamming so hard he could feel it in his metal bones. The boy has learned to close the gate. Voldemort knew. Knew about the gate, knew about the compound, knew about Harry's progress. Which meant he had a source of information inside the school, someone watching Harry, reporting back, someone close enough to observe the training and understand its significance. Harry's mind raced. Not Snape. Snape had been the one to provide the tools for finding the gate, and sabotaging Harry's progress would contradict everything he'd done since September. Not Flitwick. The tiny professor's commitment to Harry's training was genuine and wholehearted. Not Dumbledore, whatever his flaws, Dumbledore's opposition to Voldemort was the central fact of his existence. Who, then? Who was watching? He went back to the dormitory and didn't sleep. He lay in the dark and turned the problem over and over, examining it from every angle, and by morning he had no answer, but he had a plan. He told Ron and Hermione at breakfast, speaking low under the cover of clattering dishes and student chatter. Hermione went pale. Ron's freckles stood out against sudden whiteness. "He knows about the gate," Ron repeated. "How?" "That's what we need to find out. But more importantly, he said they need to move soon, before I learn to use what I've already absorbed. He's not just afraid of the gate closing, he's afraid of the reservoir." Hermione's eyes narrowed, calculating. "Because if you can selectively absorb and you have control over the stored energy, you're not a bomb anymore. You're a weapon pointed at him." And he can't feed me magic to overload my core if I can choose not to absorb it. His entire strategy is neutralized. So he needs the stone before I get any stronger, which means he's going tonight, Ron said, or tomorrow night, or the night after, soon, very soon. Yes, they sat with that. Around them, the great hall hummed with the ordinary morning business of a school, owls delivering post, students comparing homework, Dumbledore eating porridge at the staff table with serene unconcern. Quirrel was absent from breakfast. His chair was empty, and the gap in the staff table felt like a missing tooth. "We tell Dumbledore," Hermione said firmly. "Dumbledore already knows Quirrel is compromised. He told me so himself. He knows Quirrel is Voldemort's host. He doesn't know about the timeline, that Voldemort's accelerating, that he's desperate, that he's going to move now. Or he does know," Harry said, "and he's letting it happen." The silence that followed was heavy. Ron looked sick. Hermione looked furious. "Why?" she demanded. "Why would he let because of me? Because Dumbledore doesn't just want to protect the stone, he wants to see what I can do. He's been testing me since September. The mirror, the cloak, the hands-off approach to training, he's been setting up conditions for a confrontation. He wants me to face Quirrel, to face Voldemort." "That's insane," Ron said. "You're 11. I'm 11 with an indestructible skeleton and a core full of enough magic to level the castle. From Dumbledore's perspective, I might be the only person who can face Voldemort and survive. From Dumbledore's perspective, you're a child," Hermione snapped, and her anger was incandescent, brighter than any spell. "You're a child, and using children as weapons is wrong no matter how powerful they are, and if Albus Dumbledore thinks—" "I agree with you," Harry said quietly. "I'm telling you what I think he's doing, not saying I approve." Hermione closed her eyes, breathed. When she opened them, the fury was still there, but it was controlled, banked, directed, transformed from heat into light. "Then we don't play his game. We don't wait for Quirrel to make his move and stumble into a confrontation Dumbledore's orchestrated. We go to McGonagall. She's fair. She'll listen." They went to McGonagall. She didn't listen, or rather, she listened and didn't believe, because 3 first-years telling a deputy headmistress that their defense professor was possessed by the darkest wizard of the century and was about to steal a legendary alchemical artifact sounded, Harry had to admit, completely mental. "The stone is perfectly safe," McGonagall said, with the crisp certainty of someone who trusted the protections because she'd helped design them. "Professor Dumbledore's enchantments are more than sufficient. I don't know how you know about the stone, but I assure you your concerns are unfounded." "Professor, that is enough, Potter. Return to your common room." They returned. Harry felt the last of his faith in the adult safety net dissolve like sugar in hot water. The people who should protect him either couldn't or wouldn't. The people who wanted to use him had longer time horizons and more patience. And the thing in the turban was moving tonight or tomorrow or the day after, and no one with the power to stop it was going to act. "So we do it ourselves," Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked at him. He expected argument. Expected Hermione to cite rules, and Ron to cite sanity. Instead, Ron said, "When?" And Hermione said, "What do we need?" And Harry felt the full, staggering weight of friendship, the kind that doesn't flinch, the kind that walks into bathrooms with trolls and sets fire to teachers' robes and follows you into the dark because that's where you're going and they'd rather be in the dark with you than in the light without. "Tonight," Harry said. "Quirrel was missing from breakfast. He's preparing. We go tonight." They spent the day in a state of electric calm, attending classes, eating meals, performing normalcy while their minds raced through logistics. Hermione assembled supplies, healing potions nicked from the hospital wing stores, a length of rope, a jar of bluebell flames, reference notes on every enchantment she could identify from her research on the third-floor protections. Ron contributed a wizard's chess set, which seemed incongruous until Hermione pointed out that McGonagall had likely contributed a transfiguration-based challenge, and chess was McGonagall's known passion. Harry contributed himself. The metal in his bones, the magic in his core, the gate that could open and close, and the stubborn, bone-deep refusal to let a dead man in a turban take something that didn't belong to him. They went after midnight. The common room was empty. Fred and George were in detention, which was either convenient or suspicious, but Harry didn't have time to care. He threw the cloak over all three of them. It was a tight fit. They'd grown since September, and Ron's feet stuck out until he crouched, and they slipped through the portrait hole and into the sleeping castle. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent. The locked door opened to a simple alohomora from Hermione, which Harry filed under suspiciously easy and kept moving. Behind the door, filling most of the room, was the three-headed dog. It was enormous. 3 massive heads, each one the size of a dustbin, attached to a body that could have pulled a locomotive. 6 eyes, bleary with interrupted sleep, fixed on them as they entered. 6 nostrils flared. A growl began, low and deep, the kind of sound you felt in your chest rather than heard with your ears. There, Hermione whispered, pointing. A harp in the corner, still faintly vibrating. Someone had been here before them, had put the beast to sleep with music and left. Quirrel, already ahead. Ron pulled a small wooden flute from his pocket, a Christmas gift from Hagrid of all things, and began to play. The notes were clumsy, off-key, barely musical, but the dog's 6 eyes drooped and its massive body sagged and it slumped to the floor with a ground-shaking thud, and beneath its paw was a trapdoor. Harry pulled it open. Below was darkness and the faint, organic smell of something alive. He dropped through without hesitation and landed on something soft that immediately began to move. Devil's Snare. The plant wrapped around his legs, his arms, his torso, thick tendrils tightening with muscular force that would have crushed anyone else's bones to powder. Harry felt the pressure, felt the tendrils straining against his adamantine skeleton, compressing flesh but unable to break the framework beneath, and he was uncomfortable but not in danger, not even close. "Stop struggling," Hermione shouted from above. "It's Devil's Snare, it kills by constriction. You have to relax." "Or fire," Ron yelled. Hermione dropped through, landed in the plant, immediately went limp and sank through. Ron followed, panicking, thrashing, making it worse, and Hermione whipped out her wand and said, "Incendio." And the bluebell flames erupted and the plant recoiled and spat them out onto cold stone. They were in a passageway. Ahead, the sound of wings, hundreds of tiny wings beating in an enclosed space. They moved forward and found a bright chamber full of flying keys, jewel-colored and glittering, swarming around the vaulted ceiling like a flock of mechanical birds. A broomstick floated in the center of the room, a locked door on the far side. Harry mounted the broom and rose into the swarm. The keys scattered around him, darting and diving, and he felt the old Quidditch instinct kick in, the tracker's eye, the seeker's focus. One key was different. Larger silver with a bent wing, already caught once and released. He spotted it in 3 seconds, caught it in 5, and was back on the ground in 10. "That was showing off," Ron said. "That was efficient," Harry said, and unlocked the door. The chess room was Ron's. A giant wizard's chess set, life-sized pieces carved from black and white stone, arranged on a board that spanned the entire chamber. Ron took one look, went very still, and then his entire demeanor changed, the nervous energy dropping away, replaced by a focused intensity that Harry had never seen from him before. "This is McGonagall's," Ron murmured, walking along the board's edge, studying the positions. "She's good, really good. This is a defensive setup. She wants to make it look impossible, force you to sacrifice." He turned to Harry and Hermione. "I can do this, but you need to let me play." They let him play. Ron directed them, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a castle, and took the most dangerous position himself, the knight. The game was brutal. White pieces showed no mercy. smashing black pieces off the board with stone fists and maces, and every lost piece sent shrapnel across the chamber. Ron played with a brilliance that was almost frightening, sacrifice after sacrifice, each one calculated, each one necessary, building toward a checkmate that required, "No," Harry said, seeing it. "Ron, number, it's the only way. She takes me, you're free to checkmate the king." "There has to be another." "There isn't, I've looked." "This is it, Harry." Ron climbed onto his square, the knight's position, directly in the path of the White Queen. He looked back at them, at Harry and Hermione standing on their squares on opposite sides of the board, and grinned, and it was the bravest thing Harry had ever seen because it was terrified and it didn't care. "Don't lose after this," Ron said. "I'll be really annoyed." The White Queen struck. Ron was thrown from the square, hit the wall, crumpled. Hermione screamed. Harry forced himself to move, stepped to the checkmate square, looked the White King in its carved stone face, and said, "Check," in a voice that didn't shake because he wouldn't allow it to shake, not now. The king's crown clattered to the floor. The pieces parted. Harry ran to Ron, breathing, pulse steady, unconscious but alive, and Hermione was already there, checking his head, finding the lump, casting the diagnostic charms she'd learned from the healing books she'd been reading since September because she always prepared. "He'll be fine," she said, and her voice was thick but her hands were steady. "Concussion maybe, we need to move." "You stay with him." "Harry," Hermione, "stay with Ron. Get him back to the entrance if he wakes up. Send an owl to Dumbledore if he doesn't know what's happening, he needs to, if he already knows." Harry looked toward the door at the far end of the chess chamber. "Then it doesn't matter anyway, and at least Ron will be safe." Hermione stood. She looked at him with an expression that carried the full weight of everything they'd been through, the notebook, the research, the gate, the troll, the common room conversations, the letters over Christmas, the hand that found his whenever the world got too heavy. She stepped forward and put her arms around him, and Harry held her and felt her heartbeat against his metal ribs and memorized the moment because he wasn't sure he'd feel it again. "Come back," she whispered. "I'll try." "Don't try, come back." He nodded. He let go. He walked through the door. The next chamber held a troll, already unconscious, felled by whoever had come before him. Quirrel, moving fast, clearing obstacles. Harry stepped over the massive body and through the next door and found himself in a room full of bottles and purple fire. Snape's challenge. A logic puzzle, 7 bottles, a riddle in verse, and 2 fires blocking the exits, purple ahead, black behind. Harry read the riddle twice, worked through the logic with the methodical approach that months of Hermione's influence had instilled, and identified the correct bottle. The smallest one, containing barely a swallow of potion that would allow him to pass through the black flames ahead. He drank it. The potion was ice cold, spreading through him like winter, and for one disorienting moment he could feel it interacting with the compound in his bones, the alchemical liquid recognizing its distant cousin, resonating briefly before being metabolized. Then the cold settled and Harry walked through the black flames and they parted around him like curtains and he was through. The final chamber, the mirror of Eris standing at the center of the room, still and vast and terrible. And in front of it, turban askew, wand drawn, was Quirrel, not stammering now, not flinching, standing upright, sharp-eyed, radiating a cold competence that made the classroom version of Quirrel look like a bad costume. He turned when Harry entered, and his expression was not surprised. "I wondered when you'd arrive, Potter. Your headmaster has considerable faith in you, more, I think, than is warranted." Harry's gate was closed. Sealed tight, the compound in his bones locked down, rejecting all incoming magic. He could feel Quirrel's, Voldemort's power pressing against his defenses like dark water against a dam, probing for weakness, finding none. "You can't get the stone," Harry said. "Dumbledore's final protection. Clever, I'll grant him that. The mirror shows the stone only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. a contradiction designed to stump anyone whose desire for the stone is practical. Quirrell's lip curled. But Dumbledore didn't account for you, Potter. Dumbledore's protections are designed around normal people with normal desires and normal magical limitations. You are none of those things. He gestured toward the mirror. Look. Harry didn't move. Your master told you to bring him the stone, Harry said. Not to manipulate me into getting it for you. Something flickered in Quirrell's eyes, anger, but also fear, the fear of a man who served something terrible and knew the cost of failure. My master, let me speak to the boy, said the voice from the turban. Thin, cold, carrying the same signature of rage and loneliness that Harry had tasted in the corridor months ago. Face to face. Quirrell's hands rose, trembling, and unwound the turban. Fold after fold of purple cloth fell away, and Quirrell turned, and on the back of his head was a face, chalk white, red-eyed, lipless and terrible, pressed into the skull like a mask carved into the bone. The face of Lord Voldemort, not a man anymore, not really, but the remnant of one, a parasite wearing human flesh, sustained by stolen unicorn blood and a will that refused to accept the finality of death. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and the red eyes burned with a hunger that was almost physical. We meet again. We've never met. You killed my parents and tried to kill me and failed. That's not a meeting. That's a crime scene. Something shifted in the terrible face, surprise, perhaps, or the ghost of amusement. You have your mother's defiance, and her ingenuity, it seems. The gate in your bones, I felt it close. Remarkable work, she truly was exceptional. Don't talk about my mother. I killed her, boy, I have earned the right to talk about her. The red eyes were steady, ancient in their malice. She could have lived, I offered her the chance. Stand aside, I told her. Stand aside and let me have the child. She chose otherwise, her choice, her consequence. The rage was there. Harry felt it, enormous, volcanic, rising from the same deep place where grief lived. His 3-second window. The emotion surged and the magic surged with it, and Harry had 3 seconds before the eruption, and he used them. Gate. Closed. Control. The rage stayed. The magic obeyed. The compound in his bones hummed but didn't discharge. The stored energy pressing against the inside of his skin but contained, controlled, directed by a will that was stronger than fury. She didn't choose to die, Harry said, and his voice was steady because he made it steady, because control was a weapon and he was learning to wield it. She chose to save me. Those aren't the same thing, and the fact that you can't tell the difference is why you lost. The red eyes narrowed. I have not lost, boy. I am diminished, temporarily. A setback, not an ending. The stone will restore me, and if not the stone, then other means. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You're a face on the back of someone's head. That's not conquering death. That's haunting someone. Voldemort's expression contorted, rage, white-hot and absolute, the fury of something ancient and powerful being mocked by a child. Seize him, he screamed, and Quirrell spun, arms outstretched, hands reaching for Harry's throat. Harry didn't dodge. He opened the gate, not all the way, not the default, indiscriminate absorption of before. A selective opening, calibrated, precise. The compound in his bones configured to accept one specific type of magic. The dark energy radiating from Voldemort's parasitic presence. He opened the gate to Voldemort's magic the way you'd open a drain, and the dark power poured into him and was consumed. Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin, and Quirrell screamed. The contact was catastrophic, not for Harry but for Quirrell. Wherever his skin met Harry's, the flesh blistered and burned and crumbled, the tissue disintegrating as if exposed to acid. The protection Lily had built into Harry's bones, the sacrificial love, the oldest magic, was interacting with Voldemort's presence in Quirrell's body, and the interaction was violent. Quirrell staggered back, staring at his ruined hands. Blisters rose and burst. The skin blackened. He screamed again, a sound of genuine agony, the sound of a man whose body was rejecting its own passenger, and Harry stepped forward. "The stone," Harry said. "Where is it?" But he already knew. He could feel it. The mirror was responding to him, not to Quirrell, responding to a boy who wanted to find the stone to protect it, not to use it. Harry glanced at the mirror and saw himself. Not the mirror family this time, but just Harry, standing alone. And the reflection winked and reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone and dropped it back in. And Harry felt the weight appear in his real pocket, solid and warm. And the mirror had given him the Philosopher's Stone. "Give it to me!" Voldemort screamed through Quirrell's mouth, and Quirrell lunged, desperate now, mindless. His masters were overriding the agony of burning flesh, and his hands found Harry's face and Harry's hands found his, and the contact was mutual and the damage was absolute. Harry felt the dark magic flooding through the touch point. A torrent, a deluge, Voldemort pouring everything he had into the assault, trying to overwhelm the gate by sheer volume. Harry's selective absorption caught most of it, channeled it, processed it, converted it. But there was so much, so fast, and his core was swelling, the reservoir rising, approaching the limit that Snape had warned about. 3 seconds. He had 3 seconds before the pressure exceeded his control. 3 seconds before the stored energy reached critical mass and the detonation that would destroy everything he loved became inevitable. In the first second, he closed the gate entirely, sealed it, not just to Voldemort's magic but to everything, absolute closure, total isolation. The influx stopped, the pressure stabilized. But Quirrell was still touching him and the sacrificial protection was still burning, and Quirrell was dying, really dying, the flesh falling from his bones. In the second, Harry found the channel he'd used in the bathroom with the troll, the path that led from his core to his hands to the castle's foundations. He opened it wide, wider than he'd ever dared, and felt the stored energy surge toward the exit like water through a broken dam. In the third second he pushed. The discharge was beyond anything he'd achieved in practice. A column of golden energy erupted from Harry's body, channeled downward through the stone floor into the castle's foundations, into the deep structural magic that held Hogwarts together. The room blazed with light. The air turned to thunder. Harry felt himself emptying, felt the reservoir draining, the pressure dropping, the critical threshold receding, and poured everything into the castle. Every ounce of stolen magic, every absorbed spell, every dark thread and golden strand, all of it, into the stones and the wards and the ancient, patient architecture of a school that had been waiting 1,000 years for someone to feed it. Quirrell collapsed. His body came apart like wet paper. Not blood, not gore, but disintegration. The physical form simply ceasing to cohere as the parasitic presence that had been holding it together was ripped away by the force of Harry's discharge. Something dark and vaporous tore free from the remains. A shrieking, shapeless thing, Voldemort's wraith form stripped of its host, and it hung in the air for one terrible moment, red eyes glaring from formless shadow, and then it fled. Through the wall, through the stone, out into the night, screaming. Harry stood in the ruined chamber. Quirrell's empty robes lay at his feet. The mirror of Arist reflected a room full of golden light. The Philosopher's Stone sat heavy and warm in his pocket. His core was nearly empty. The vast reservoir that had been building since September, every absorbed spell, every ambient enchantment, every dark whisper from Quirrell's turban was gone, poured into Hogwarts' foundations, and Harry felt hollowed out, thin, fragile in a way he hadn't felt since before the magical world. His bones still hummed, but quietly, a whisper where there had been a symphony. The gate was closed. The compound was resting. He was, for this brief moment, something close to ordinary. His knees buckled. He caught himself on the mirror's frame, and the glass was warm under his hand, and his reflection looked back at him with his mother's green eyes and his father's messy hair and an expression of exhausted, terrified, triumphant survival. Not bad, Harry told his reflection. For 11. He heard footsteps, running. Dumbledore burst through the flames, literally burst, the black fire parting for him without potion or pause, and the old man's face was white, truly white, the deliberate composure gone, replaced by naked fear. Harry, Dumbledore's hands were on his shoulders, steadying him, and the touch was different from the mirror room, desperate rather than calculated, genuine rather than performative. Harry, are you? I'm okay. Quirrel's dead. Voldemort's gone, not dead, but gone. The wraith escaped. Harry reached into his pocket and held out the stone. It gleamed like a drop of blood in the golden light. You should probably take this. Dumbledore took the stone. He held it in his palm and looked at Harry, and his blue eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. You discharged your core into the castle, Dumbledore said. Not a question. It was that or explode. The castle seemed like a better option. A sound escaped Dumbledore that was almost a laugh but was mostly relief. You wonderful, impossible boy. Do you have any idea what you've done? The wards, the castle's wards, they've been strengthened more in the last 60 seconds than in the previous century. Every protection, every enchantment, every defensive magic woven into Hogwarts stones, you've supercharged all of it. The castle is, at this moment, the most heavily warded location in magical Britain. Good, Harry said. It needs to be. He'll come back. Dumbledore's expression sobered. Yes, he will. And when he does, I need to be ready. Not your weapon, not your test subject. Your student. Teach me, Professor. Actually teach me. No more games, no more orchestrated trials, no more watching from the shadows while I figure things out the hard way. If Voldemort is coming back, I need to know everything about the prophecy, about my mother's work, about what I am and what I can become. All of it. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long time. The golden light from the discharged magic was fading from the walls, the chamber returning to its natural dimness, the mirror going dark. Somewhere above them, the castle hummed with new energy, Harry's energy, woven into the foundations, becoming part of the ancient structure. All of it, Dumbledore said quietly. You have my word, Harry. All of it. Harry nodded. His legs were trembling, his core was empty, and the adrenaline was bleeding away and leaving exhaustion in its wake. He took one step toward the door and his knees gave out for real this time. And Dumbledore caught him, gently, carefully, an old man holding a child the way a child should be held. And Harry let himself be held because he was 11 and he just fought a Dark Lord and he was tired. He was so tired. And for just this moment, leaning against Dumbledore's star-covered robes, he could be small. Sir, he murmured. Yes, Harry. Ron's hurt, on the chess board, and Hermione's with him. They are already being taken to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will see to them. And the stone will be returned to Nicholas. I believe he and I have a conversation overdue about its future. Harry closed his eyes. The castle hummed around him, full of his magic, protective and warm, and his bones sang in answer, quiet and tired and content. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Ron was in the next bed, head bandaged, complaining loudly about the food. Hermione was in a chair between them, reading a book called Advanced Alchemical Compounds of the Renaissance, with the aggressive focus of someone who had been very scared, and was processing that fear through research. Morning, Harry said. Ron grinned. Hermione dropped her book and threw her arms around him and held on tight, and Harry held her back and looked at Ron over her shoulder, and Ron nodded. Yeah, I know, me too. And the three of them existed in that moment, alive and together and unbreakable in the way that had nothing to do with metal bones. Dumbledore visited that afternoon. He sat by Harry's bed and told him about the stone. Nicholas Flamel had agreed to its destruction, choosing mortality over the risk of Voldemort obtaining immortality. He told him about the prophecy, its existence, though not its full content, promising that would come later when Harry was ready. He told him that the connection between Harry and Voldemort, the scar, the ability to sense his presence, was a consequence of the night the killing curse rebounded, a fragment of Voldemort's magic permanently embedded in the activation charge of Harry's compound. "There is a piece of him in you," Dumbledore said, and his voice was heavy. "Not dominant, not controlling, but present. It is part of what the compound absorbed on the night your mother died." Harry touched his scar. Beneath the lightning bolt, his skull was smooth and hard and unyielding. "Can it be removed?" "I don't know. It is a question I have been studying for 10 years, and I do not yet have an answer. But I promise you, Harry, I will find one." Harry looked at the old man, at the lined face and the tired eyes and the weight of decades of fighting a war that never quite ended, and chose to believe him. Not because Dumbledore had earned it, but because belief, like love, was sometimes a choice you made in advance of evidence, and Harry was learning that the choices you made defined you more than the power you carried. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, Harry, for protecting the stone, for protecting the castle, for being, in spite of everything I've done and failed to do, a remarkably good person." Dumbledore left. The afternoon light slanted through the hospital windows, warm and golden, and Harry lay in his bed and felt the slow, steady trickle of ambient magic beginning to refill his core. The gate partially open now, calibrated to accept only the castle's own benign enchantments, the first deliberate, controlled absorption of his life. His bones hummed. Not the frantic resonance of crisis, not the building pressure of uncontrolled accumulation, but a gentle, contented vibration, the sound of a system working as designed. His mother's masterwork, functioning at last the way she'd intended, not as an indiscriminate sponge, but as a selective filter, a living shield, a fortress with doors that opened and closed at the command of the boy inside. He wasn't unbreakable. That was the lesson, not the lesson Dumbledore intended, not the lesson Snape would have taught, but the one Harry found for himself in the quiet of the hospital wing with his friends beside him. He wasn't unbreakable because his bones were metal or his core was vast or his body absorbed magic. He was unbreakable because he chose to be, because he had people worth being unbreakable for. His bones sang, his friends' breath. The castle hummed around them, old and vast and newly strengthened, and somewhere in its foundations, woven into the ancient stones, a thread of golden energy pulsed like a heartbeat, Harry's magic, given freely, becoming part of something larger than himself. Outside the windows, spring was coming to the Scottish Highlands. The ice on the lake was cracking. The forbidden forest was greening. Hagrid was planting pumpkins in his garden, and the Dursleys in the forest were foaling. And the world was doing what the world always did, turning, growing, continuing, and Harry Potter lay in a hospital bed with metal bones and a half-empty core and a scar that connected him to the darkest wizard who ever lived. And he was, against all probability and reason, happy. Not safe, not finished, not free, but happy, and alive, and unbreakable, for now that was enough. Chapter 3. The breaking point. The end-of-year feast was a strange affair. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, the great hall draped in green and silver for Slytherin's House Cup victory, and tried to feel something about it. He couldn't. The banners and the points and the cheering Slytherins felt like noise from another world, a world where the biggest problem was which house had the most gems in an hourglass, where winning and losing were measured in detentions avoided and questions answered, where children were children and teachers were teachers, and nobody had to fight the memory of a dark lord wearing a dead man's skull like a mask. He'd been out of the hospital wing for 4 days. Madame Pomfrey had released him reluctantly, muttering about core depletion and rest, and the absolute foolishness of 11-year-old boys who thought fighting parasitic dark wizards was an acceptable extracurricular activity. His core was rebuilding slowly, carefully, the gate calibrated to accept only the castle's ambient magic, a trickle rather than a flood. He felt thin, stretched, like a rubber band that had been pulled to its limit, and was only now remembering its original shape. But he was alive, and Ron was alive, and Hermione was alive, and Quirrell was dead, and Voldemort was a screaming wraith somewhere in the Albanian wilderness, and the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, and these things mattered more than banners. Dumbledore stood at the staff table. The hall quieted, not from authority but from habit, the Pavlovian response of students trained to listen when the headmaster spoke. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said, and his voice carried the warmth that Harry now recognized as a performance, genuine in its way, but deliberate, crafted. The voice of a man who understood that leadership was theater and played the role with conviction. "And what a year it has been. Before we enjoy this excellent feast, I have some last-minute points to award." The hall stirred. Slytherin students sat straighter, sensing threat. McGonagall's expression was carefully neutral in the way that meant she already knew what was coming. "First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points." Ron went scarlet. The Gryffindor table erupted. Percy Weasley was shouting something about family honor that nobody was listening to. "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points." Hermione buried her face in her hands. Harry could see her shoulders shaking, laughing or crying, probably both. "Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points." Pandemonium. Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the points settle on him like a weight rather than a gift, because Dumbledore was doing it again, performing, orchestrating, turning a traumatic confrontation into a public narrative that served his purposes. The boy who lived, brave and noble, defending the school. A story for the prophet. A story for the history books. A story that left out the part where an old man had watched from his office while 3 children walked into danger. Gryffindor won the House Cup. The green banners turned to red and gold. The cheering was enormous. Harry smiled because people were watching, and because Ron deserved to see him smile, and because Hermione had worked so hard all year and this mattered to her, even if it didn't matter to him the way it should have. Under the table, his hands were shaking. Later, after the feast, after the common room party that made the post-Quidditch celebration look tame, Harry stood alone at the top of the astronomy tower and looked out over the grounds and felt the castle breathing beneath his feet. The night was warm, June warmth, the turning of the year, the kind of temperature that smelled like grass and earth and the particular mineral tang of the lake. Stars blazed overhead in their ancient patterns, undisturbed by the very small dramas of the very small humans beneath them. He'd come up here to think, or to not think. The distinction was blurring. His core was at roughly 30% capacity, Hermione's estimate, based on her notebook data and Flitwick's measurements, which Harry found simultaneously reassuring and unsettling. 30% of a core that had, at its peak, contained enough energy to supercharge Hogwarts' 1,000-year-old wards. Even diminished, he was more powerful than most adult wizards. The trickle of ambient absorption was constant. His gait was calibrated to accept the castle's magic at a controlled rate, replenishing his reserves slowly, sustainably, the way a river refills a lake after a drought. But the drought feeling lingered. The emptiness after the massive discharge had been shocking, like losing a sense he hadn't known he had. For months, his core had been a sun inside him, vast and warm and terrifying. Now it was a candle. He could feel the difference in everything. His spells were weaker, his internal warmth diminished, his connection to the castle's magic thinner and less certain. He was, for the first time since entering the wizarding world, something close to normal. He hated how much he missed the power. That was the thing he couldn't say to Ron or Hermione. The thing he couldn't admit to Dumbledore or Snape or Flitwick. The power, the fullness, the potential, The knowledge that he could reach out and reshape the world with a thought, he missed it. Not the danger, not the fear of detonation, but the feeling of it, the way it had made him feel present and significant and real in a way that a boy who'd spent 10 years in a cupboard had never felt before. The wanting, the thing that scared him most. "Nut for your thoughts," said a voice behind him. Harry didn't turn. He'd heard the footsteps on the stairs, light, deliberate, the gait of someone who moved quietly by nature rather than by choice. "Evening, Professor." Snape emerged onto the tower's observation platform, black robes absorbing the starlight, and leaned against the parapet a careful distance from Harry. Not close enough to crowd, not far enough to dismiss. The precise distance of a man who understood boundaries because he'd spent a lifetime building them. "The feast was insufferable," Snape said conversationally. "Dumbledore's theatrical distribution of house points was particularly galling. The man treats this institution like a stage and the students like an audience." "You're not wrong." "I am rarely wrong, Potter. It is both my curse and my consolation." Snape looked out over the grounds, and in the starlight his sharp features were softened, made almost human. "You've been avoiding people. I've been thinking. A dangerous activity for a Gryffindor." Harry almost smiled. "Professor, can I ask you something? You're going to regardless of my answer, so proceed. When my mum came to you, when she asked for your help with the compound, did she tell you everything? About the sacrifice component, about the fact that it required her death to activate?" Snape was quiet for a long time. The night sounds of the castle filled the silence, owls calling from the owlery, the distant splash of the giant squid in the lake, the creak and settle of ancient stone adjusting to temperature change. "No," Snape said finally. "She told me the compound required a powerful magical catalyst to activate. She spoke in theoretical terms, sufficient energy, sufficient intent. She did not specify that the catalyst was her own death." A pause, tight and controlled. "If she had, I would have." He stopped. Swallowed. The mask was slipping again, the way it always did when Lily was mentioned, and Harry watched it happen with the detached compassion of someone who was learning that grief was not a weakness but a proof of having loved. "You would have what?" Harry asked gently. "I would have found another way. I would have." Snape's voice was barely audible. "I would have stopped her, or tried. She was not easily stopped, your mother. She made decisions and she lived with them, and she expected the world to accommodate her choices rather than the reverse. It was infuriating. It was. The word came out rough, scraped raw. Magnificent." Harry turned to look at him. In the starlight, Severus Snape looked like what he was. A man in his early 30s who had loved someone extraordinary and lost her and spent a decade punishing himself and everyone around him for the loss. Not a villain. Not a hero. A person, damaged and complicated and trying in his bitter and inadequate way to honor a debt he could never fully repay. "She would have been proud of you," Snape said. He wasn't looking at Harry. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, on the dark line where the forbidden forest met the sky. "Tonight, the feast. The way you sat there and smiled while Dumbledore turned your trauma into a public relations exercise. She would have hated it, and she would have been proud that you endured it with grace." "I don't feel graceful, I feel angry." "Good. Anger is appropriate. Anger, when directed, is useful. What would be concerning is if you felt grateful. Dumbledore saved my life. Dumbledore allowed you to risk your life and then arrived in time to take credit for the outcome. These are not the same thing." Snape's tone was acid, but the acid was directed outward rather than at Harry, which was new enough to be notable. "The headmaster is a great man. I do not deny it, but great men are capable of great cruelty, particularly when they believe the cruelty serves a greater good." Harry thought about that, about the mirror, the cloak, the orchestrated journey to the stone. About Dumbledore's promise, all of it, "You have my word," and the question of whether that promise would be honored or qualified or reinterpreted when the time came. "Do you trust him?" Harry asked. "I trust his intentions. I do not trust his methods." Is that enough? Snape turned to look at him, and something passed between them, not warmth, never warmth, but a shared understanding that was its own form of intimacy. It has to be. For now, we are, all of us, working with inadequate tools toward uncertain ends. Dumbledore, for all his faults, is the only person with the vision and the power to coordinate a defense against the Dark Lord's eventual return. You may resent his methods, I certainly do, but the alternative, fragmentation, isolation, each of us acting alone, is worse. You sound like you've thought about this a lot. I have thought about little else for 10 years. They stood in silence for a while, two people with nothing in common except a dead woman and the boy she'd left behind, watching the stars wheel overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. I miss the power, Harry said. He hadn't planned to say it. The words came out the way confessions do, not chosen but released, escaping from the locked room inside him where he kept the things he was ashamed of. Snape didn't react the way Harry expected. No lecture, no warning, no stern invocation of the dangers of magical hubris. Instead, he nodded slowly with the recognition of someone who understood the admission on a personal level. Of course you do, he said simply. Power fills the spaces that emptiness created. You spent 10 years in a cupboard, Potter, powerless, invisible, insignificant. And then you came here and discovered that you were not only significant but extraordinary, that your body was a fortress and your core was a sun, and the very fabric of magic responded to your presence. Of course you miss it. The absence of power for someone who has known its fullness is a kind of grief. Harry stared at him. It was the most perceptive thing anyone had said to him all year. More insightful than Dumbledore's careful analyses, more true than Hermione's research, more honest than any of the comforting reassurances Ron had offered. Snape understood because Snape had lived the same trajectory in reverse, a boy from nothing who'd found power in magic and then lost everything that mattered. How do you manage it? Harry asked. Badly, Snape said, and something that was almost a smile crossed his face. I manage it badly, Potter. I am not a role model. I am a cautionary tale. He straightened, pulling the black robes tighter around his shoulders. But I will tell you this because your mother would want you to hear it. The power will return. Your core is rebuilding. The compound in your bones is functioning as designed. Within a year, perhaps less, you will be back to full capacity and the wanting will be satisfied, and then you will face the real challenge. Which is choosing what to do with it. Power is not the problem, Potter. Power is neutral, a tool like a wand or a potion or a knife. The problem is purpose. What will you use it for? Defense, dominance, justice, revenge. The answer to that question will determine whether you become something wonderful or something terrible. And no one, not Dumbledore, not your mother, not me, can make that choice for you. The words settled into Harry like his mother's compound settling into bone, deep, permanent, structural. He would remember this conversation for the rest of his life. Not because of the content, though the content was important. Because of the context, Severus Snape, the man who hated him, standing on a tower in the starlight and telling him the truth about power and purpose and choice, not because he liked Harry, but because he'd loved Harry's mother and this was what she would have wanted. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Stop thanking me, Potter, it's unnerving. Good night, then. Good night. Harry descended the tower stairs, leaving Snape alone on the parapet with the stars and the night, and whatever private grief he carried when there was no one left to perform for. The castle hummed around Harry as he walked, responsive, aware, the thread of golden energy in its foundations recognizing its source and pulsing gently in greeting. He pressed his hand against the stone wall and felt the answering vibration, and for a moment he was connected to something vast and ancient and patient. And the emptiness in his core didn't matter because he was part of something larger than himself. He made it back to the common room and found it empty except for Hermione, who was curled in his chair by the fire with a book she wasn't reading, clearly waiting. "You went to the tower," she said, not a question. "Snape was there." Hermione's eyebrows rose. "Voluntarily. I think he came to find me. We talked." "About?" Harry sat down across from her and told her. Not everything, some of what Snape had said felt private, earned, the kind of truth that loses its power when shared too widely. But the important parts, the missing of power, the question of purpose, the choice that lay ahead. Hermione listened with the focused attention she gave to everything that mattered, her brown eyes steady in the firelight, her hands still in her lap. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, organizing her thoughts with the visible deliberation he'd come to associate with her most important insights. "He's right," she said, "about the choice. But he's wrong about one thing. He said no one can make it for you. That's true in the ultimate sense, but it's not true in the practical sense. You're not making this choice alone, Harry. You never have been." "Hermione, I'm serious. This idea that you're a solitary figure facing an impossible decision, it's romantic and it's dramatic and it's wrong. You have Ron. You have me. You have Neville, who stood up for you in the common room when everyone else was afraid. You have the Weasley twins, who think you're the funniest thing that's ever happened to Hogwarts. You have Hagrid, who loves you so much it's visible from space. You even have Snape in his horrible, grudging, complicated way." She leaned forward. "The choice isn't what Harry Potter does with his power. The choice is what we do, all of us together. And we've already made it, Harry. We made it in the bathroom with the troll. We made it on the chessboard. We made it every time we chose to walk into something dangerous because walking away wasn't an option." Harry looked at her. The fire painted her face in warm tones, softening the angles, and her eyes were fierce with a conviction that he'd seen before. In the dungeon when she'd told Snape that saving a life mattered more than an explanation. In the corridor when she'd stepped between Harry and the world without a wand or a plan. Just herself. Just Hermione, unbending and unafraid. "When did you get so wise?" he asked. And his voice was rough because something in his chest was expanding that had nothing to do with his magical core. "I've always been wise. You just weren't paying attention because you were too busy being dramatic." He laughed. It was the real kind, warm and surprised and full of something that felt dangerously like joy. Hermione smiled, and the smile transformed her face the way her research transformed problems, completely, efficiently, beautifully. "Come on," she said, standing and offering her hand. "It's late. We have a train to catch in the morning." Harry took her hand, let her pull him up. Didn't let go immediately, and she didn't pull away, and the moment extended for one heartbeat, 2, 3, his 3-second window, but this time the emotion wasn't rage. It was gratitude so enormous it filled all the empty spaces that power used to occupy. He let go. They walked to their respective staircases. At the bottom of the girls' staircase, Hermione turned. "Harry, yeah, your core, the absorption, the gate, all of it. We're going to figure it out, every piece of it, next year and the year after and however long it takes. You know that, right?" "I know. Good. Sleep well." "You too." She disappeared up the stairs. Harry stood in the empty common room and listened to the fire crack, and felt the castle hum and let himself be, for one uncomplicated moment, an 11-year-old boy who was tired and happy and going to bed. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 the next morning, which meant the usual chaos of trunk packing, last-minute scrambles for forgotten items, tearful goodbyes with house elves who'd become attached to specific students, and Neville asking everyone on 3 separate occasions if they'd seen his toad. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched the Scottish landscape unravel outside the window, mountains giving way to moors giving way to farmland. The geography of his first year at Hogwarts scrolling past in reverse. His trunk was overhead. His owl was in her cage on the seat beside him, and the invisibility cloak was folded in his pocket because some things you kept close. Ron was eating. This was Ron's default state on trains, in common rooms, during conversations, and arguably during sleep. He'd acquired a stack of cauldron cakes from the trolley and was working through them with methodical dedication while simultaneously providing a running commentary on Gryffindor's Quidditch prospects for next year. "Wood's already sent me a training schedule," Harry said, "for the summer. He wants me running 5 miles a day and doing catching drills with tennis balls." "Wood's mental," Ron said through a mouthful of cake. "Brilliant but mental. They're not mutually exclusive," Hermione observed, not looking up from intermediate transfiguration theory, which she was reading for fun because summer was apparently not an excuse to stop learning. The compartment door slid open. Harry's hand went to his wand, reflex conditioned by a year of surprises and attacks and things coming through doors, but it was only Neville, toadless and anxious, hovering in the doorway with the tentative posture of someone who wanted to be invited but was too polite to assume. "Come in," Harry said. "Sit down." Neville's face lit up. He sat beside Ron, accepted a cauldron cake, and immediately launched into an account of his grandmother's plans for the summer, which apparently included remedial spell work, behavior modification, and what sounded like a boot camp for magical underachievers. "She's not cruel," Neville said, with the careful loyalty of someone who'd been defending a difficult relative his entire life. She wants me to be better, to live up to, your parents," Harry said. Neville nodded, not meeting anyone's eyes. The compartment went quiet in the particular way it always did when Neville's parents were mentioned, Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, alive but lost, residents of the permanent ward at St. Mungo's. Harry had learned about them from Ron in whispered tones late at night, and the story had settled into the same place where he kept his own parental grief, the deep, private place that ached when touched. "Neville," Harry said, and waited until the other boy looked up. "Your grandmother wants you to be your parents. You don't have to be, you just have to be you." Neville blinked. Then, to Harry's alarm, his eyes filled with tears. "You really think that?" "I really do. And I'll tell you something else, standing up in the common room that night when I just accidentally blasted Ron into a wall and everyone was scared, and you stood up and asked if I was okay. That was braver than anything I did all year." Harry caught a troll's club with his bare hands, Ron pointed out. And Neville stood up in a room full of fear and chose kindness. Which is harder? Neville was properly crying now, quiet tears rolling down his round cheeks, and Hermione silently passed him a handkerchief, and Ron put an arm around his shoulders with the uncomplicated physical affection of a boy raised in a large, demonstrative family. And Harry watched his friends take care of each other and felt the warmth again, the non-magical kind, the irreplaceable kind. The train rolled south. The landscape softened. The sky went from Scottish gray to English blue, and the temperature inside the compartment rose until they had the windows open, and the breeze carried the smell of summer, cut grass, warm earth, the faintest hint of flowers. Neville left to continue his toad search. The Weasley twins appeared briefly, set off a small firework in the corridor, cackled and vanished. Lee Jordan came by to discuss a business proposition involving enchanted fake wands, which Ron talked him out of with surprising financial acumen. The trolley came. Harry bought everything again because he could and because the look on Ron's face when presented with unlimited sweets was a joy that money couldn't buy but could certainly facilitate. Hermione closed her book. "Harry, we should talk about the summer." "What about it? You're going back to the Dursleys." The warmth in the compartment dimmed. Not magically, nothing changed in the air or the light, but Harry felt the shift internally, the closing of doors, the reassembly of armor that had been packed away during the slow, comfortable hours of the train journey. Dumbledore says the blood protection requires it. I have to spend at least part of the summer at Privet Drive for the wards to hold. And the rest of the summer. There is no rest. The wards need sustained residence. He was clear about that. Hermione's expression tightened. He's sending you back to people who kept you in a cupboard. He's sending me back to the only place where Voldemort's followers can't find me. The wards around Privet Drive are the strongest personal protections in magical Britain, and that was before I pumped a year's worth of absorbed magic into Hogwarts. The network connects. The castle's wards reinforce the blood protection. Snape confirmed it. That doesn't make it right. But it makes it necessary. And I'm different now, Hermione. I'm not the boy who left that cupboard in July. The Dursleys can't hurt me. They never could physically, and now. He flexed his hand, feeling the subtle hum of the compound in his bones. I don't need their approval. I don't need their kindness. I need their address and 6 weeks of their grudging tolerance, and in exchange they get the most powerful defensive wards in the country, and that's a transaction I can live with. Ron was watching him with an expression that mixed admiration and sadness. Mum'll write to you every week, and she'll send food, proper food, not whatever the Dursleys give you. The Dursleys feed me fine. Harry, you weighed about 6 stone when we met. Hedwig weighs more than you did. I've grown. Because Hogwarts fed you. Harry didn't argue. Ron was right and they both knew it, and the kindness behind the observation was more nourishing than any meal. Write to us, Hermione said, both of us. About everything, how your core's rebuilding, how the gate's functioning, any changes in the absorption pattern. I'll continue my research over the summer. The Granger household may not have a magical library, but the British Museum has an alchemy collection that I've already arranged access to through a family friend. Your family has friends at the British Museum. My parents are dentists, Harry, not hermits. Dentists know people. Harry smiled. Then, because the moment felt right and because he'd been thinking about it all morning, and because some things needed to be said before the train reached London and the platform pulled them apart. Thank you, both of you, for this year. For the troll, the chessboard, the research, the notebook, he stopped, struggling with the inadequacy of words. I spent 10 years thinking I was alone. That being different meant being isolated. You showed me that's not true. And I need you to know that I know that I don't take it for granted, that whatever happens next year, whatever Voldemort does, whatever my core does, whatever fresh hell the universe has planned, I'm not scared, because I'm not alone. The compartment was very quiet. Outside, the English countryside slid past in shades of green and gold. Ron's ears were red. Hermione's eyes were bright. Mate, Ron said, you're going to make me cry and I've got cake in my mouth and that's a terrible combination. Don't cry with cake in your mouth, Hermione said. You'll choke. See, this is what I mean, Ron said. This is the dynamic. Harry says something emotional, Hermione gives medical advice, and I'm just here with cake. Beautiful, wouldn't change a thing. Harry laughed. Hermione laughed. Ron grinned through the cake. And the train carried them south toward London and summer and separation and the ordinary world that existed outside the castle's walls. And Harry felt the compound in his bones humming softly, not with power, not with warning, but with something that felt almost like music. King's Cross materialized in the windows. The train slowed. Students gathered belongings and said final goodbyes, and the platforms filled with families, parents waving, siblings running. The annual collision of the magical and mundane worlds that happened every June in this hidden corner of London. Harry pulled his trunk from the overhead rack and slung his bag over his shoulder and lifted Hedwig's cage and stepped onto the platform and breathed in the London air, exhaust and coffee and hot metal, and the particular smell of King's Cross Station, which was ordinary and unenchanted, and his gateway to a summer of endurance. Mrs. Weasley found them immediately, a red-haired force of nature who swept Ron into a hug, and then turned on Harry with the unstoppable momentum of maternal affection. "Harry, dear, you look thin. You're coming to us for August. I've already written to Dumbledore. I won't hear otherwise. Mrs. Weasley, Molly, dear, and it's settled. Now let me look at you. Oh, you've grown. Hasn't he grown, Arthur?" Mr. Weasley, a tall, thin man with the same red hair and an expression of mild, permanent bewilderment, shook Harry's hand warmly. "Good to meet you, Harry. Ron's told us, well, quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot." "Not everything," Ron said quickly. Not the details." "We know enough," Mrs. Weasley said, and her voice had shifted from cheerful to something deeper, something that acknowledged without naming the things her youngest son had walked through this year. She looked at Harry, and her eyes held the same quality he'd seen in her gaze at the platform in September: warmth, yes, but also assessment. Not the clinical assessment of Dumbledore or the suspicious assessment of Snape. The assessment of a mother evaluating a child, calculating needs. "You eat properly this summer," she said firmly. "I'll send packages." "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to. I want to." "There's a difference." She turned to organize the younger Weasleys with the efficient authority of a general marshalling troops, and Harry stood on the platform with his trunk and his owl and felt the echo of something he'd never had. A mother's concern, freely given, expecting nothing in return. Hermione's parents were nearby, a neat, professional couple with the same slightly overwhelmed look that Mr. Weasley wore, the expression of muggles who'd accepted that their daughter was magical but hadn't quite adjusted to the implications. Hermione hugged Harry, fierce, brief, her bushy hair tickling his nose, and said "right," and then hugged Ron, slightly longer, which Harry noticed and Ron didn't, and then she was gone, swallowed by the platform crowd, one hand raised in farewell. Ron punched Harry's shoulder. "See you in August, yeah. Yeah. And be careful, the Dursleys, I know they can't hurt you, but..." "I'll be fine, Ron. I know you will, just be fine," loudly so we can hear. Harry grinned. Ron grinned back. Then the Weasleys were leaving in a clattering, red-haired avalanche of trunks and owls and animated conversation, and Harry was alone on the platform. Not alone. The Dursleys were waiting at the barrier. Uncle Vernon stood like a man facing a firing squad, rigid, sweating, his piggy eyes darting between Harry and the magical families milling around the platform with undisguised horror. Aunt Petunia was pressed close to his side, her long neck craning to see over the crowd, her thin lips compressed into a line so tight it was practically a single dimension. Dudley, vast and petulant, was eating a chocolate bar and staring at a boy whose trunk was emitting sparks with the expression of someone watching a car accident. Harry approached them. His trunk rolled behind him. Hedwig hooted softly in her cage. "Hello, Uncle Vernon," Harry said pleasantly. Vernon's eyes fixed on him with the specific hatred of a man confronting something he feared and couldn't control. "Boy," he said, "not Harry. Never Harry. Cars this way. Don't do any of your nonsense in public." "Wouldn't dream of it." They walked to the car. Harry loaded his trunk, settled into the back seat with Hedwig beside him, and watched London slide past the window, familiar and foreign at the same time. The Muggle world that he'd once thought was the only world, now reduced to a waypoint between the places that mattered. The drive to Little Winging took an hour. Nobody spoke. The silence was its own language: Vernon's fury, Petunia's dread, Dudley's sullen confusion, Harry's absolute indifference. He'd spent 10 years being hurt by these people's silence. Now it was just noise, or the absence of it, and neither affected him. Privet Drive looked exactly the same. Of course it did. Privet Drive existed in a state of aggressive, deliberate sameness. Every lawn trimmed to the same height, every car washed to the same shine, every variation stamped out by the collective will of people who feared difference the way other people feared disease. Number 4 sat in the middle of the row like a study in averageness. and Harry walked through the front door and felt the blood wards close around him like a fist. Not hostile, protective. The wards recognized him, recognized the compound in his bones, the magical signature that anchored the protection, and settled into place with a hum that resonated with his skeleton, a familiar vibration that said safe in a language older than English. "Your room is upstairs," Aunt Petunia said, and Harry stopped. "My room, Dudley's second bedroom, we've cleared it." She wasn't looking at him. Her thin hands fidgeted with the hem of her cardigan, and her voice was tight with the particular strain of someone doing something they didn't want to do because they'd been told to. "The headmaster wrote, he suggested, that you might be more comfortable with proper accommodation." Harry looked up the stairs. The cupboard door was closed. A proper bedroom door, Dudley's second bedroom, the one used for broken toys and overflow, was open. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it, even though the accommodation was grudging and the gratitude was for Dumbledore's letter rather than the Dursleys' generosity. The room was small and bare. A bed, a desk, a wardrobe, window overlooking the back garden. Bars on the window. Harry stopped, stared at the bars, and felt something cold move through him. "Those are new," he said. Petunia appeared in the doorway behind him. "Vernon had them installed for security." "Security?" Harry looked at her. "You put bars on my window." The neighbors have nothing to do with this. Vernon put bars on my window because he's afraid of me, and this is the only way he can feel like he's in control." Harry turned to face her fully, and whatever she saw in his expression made her take a step back. "I'm going to remove them. Not with magic. I promised Dumbledore I wouldn't use magic outside school. I'm going to remove them by hand. Because I can, Aunt Petunia. Because my hands can bend steel, you know this. You've known it since the frying pan." Petunia's face was the color of chalk. She opened her mouth, closed it, and retreated down the hall without a word. Harry gripped the window bars. The metal was cold under his fingers. He squeezed gently, precisely, feeling the steel yield against the adamantine bones of his hands like soft clay against a mold. The bars bent outward, one by one, until the window was clear and the June evening air flowed in, carrying the smell of cut grass and normalcy. He stacked the bent bars neatly in the corner, sat on the bed, looked at the room, his room technically for the first time in his life, a room with a door that locked from the inside rather than the outside. It was small and bare and loveless, and it was his, and for 6 weeks it would be enough. He unpacked. Trunk at the foot of the bed, clothes in the wardrobe, books on the desk. Hedwig on the windowsill, ruffling her feathers in the evening air. His wand in the drawer beside the bed, close enough to reach, far enough to resist temptation. The invisibility cloak folded under the mattress. He sat at the desk and pulled out parchment and a quill and wrote 2 letters. The first, to Ron, arrived safely. "Room has a window. Dursleys are being Dursleys. Tell your mum thank you for the invitation in August. I'll be there. Keep practicing chess. HP." The second, to Hermione, "I'm back. Core is at roughly 32%. I can feel the difference from the train. Absorption rate is stable. Gait is holding. We'll begin meditation exercises tomorrow. Found something interesting. The blood wards here respond to the compound in my bones the same way the castle does. They recognize me. I think Mum built the ward system and the compound to be compatible. More to investigate. Write when you can. Harry." He tied both letters to Hedwig's leg. "Ron first, then Hermione. Take your time." Hedwig nipped his finger affectionately and launched from the windowsill, white wings catching the last of the sunlight, rising into the suburban sky like a signal flare. Harry watched her until she was a speck, then a memory, then gone, and he was alone in a small room in a house full of people who didn't want him. His bones hummed. His core trickled. The wards shimmered at the edges of his perception, invisible but present. His mother's other masterwork, the defensive network that had kept him alive for 10 years. anchored by blood and love and the same sacrificial magic that powered everything else in his impossible life. He closed his eyes, reached inward, found the gate, closed, resting, the compound quiet in his bones. Found his core diminished but stable, rebuilding slowly, the golden light flickering like a candle in a large room. Found the dark thread still there, woven through the gold, Voldemort's echo, the scar's legacy, and the permanent reminder that his enemy was inside him in a way that couldn't be solved by wards or compound or gates. What will you use it for? Snape's question, echoing in the quiet of his mind. Harry sat with it, turned it over. Let it settle alongside everything else, the grief and the power and the wanting and the love and the fear, and didn't answer, because answering now would be premature. The answer would come. It would come through choices made and actions taken, and the slow, daily work of becoming the person he intended to be rather than the person circumstances had made him. He opened his eyes. The room was dark. The sun had set while he meditated, and the only light came from the street lamp outside, casting orange lines through the unbarred window. Downstairs, he could hear the television and Vernon's grunting commentary and the domestic sounds of a household settling into its evening routine. Tomorrow, he would begin his summer training, meditation in the morning, physical exercise in the afternoon, running, the way Wood wanted, building the body that housed the bones that housed the compound that housed the magic. He would study the wards, mapping their architecture, understanding the connection between his mother's defensive network and the compound she'd built to survive within it. He would read the books Snape had given him, continuing the theoretical education that Hermione would supplement with her own research. He would write letters, maintain connections, refuse the isolation that the Dursleys' house tried to impose, and he would wait, not passively, actively, deliberately, the way a fortress waits for a siege, because Voldemort was out there, weakened but alive, and the wraith that had fled the castle was already, surely, searching for a way back. And when it found one, when the Dark Lord returned, in whatever form, with whatever terrible new plan, Harry would be ready. Not because he was unbreakable, but because he chose to be. Ready for the summer settled into rhythm the way all captivities do, not comfortably but predictably, and Harry had learned long ago that predictability was its own form of freedom. He ran at dawn, 5 miles through the sleeping streets of Little Winging, past identical houses and identical gardens and identical cars gleaming in driveways like beetles in a collection. His trainers were second-hand, Dudley's cast-offs, 2 sizes too large, stuffed with newspaper at the toes. But his body didn't care about shoes. His body cared about movement, about the mechanical rhythm of footfall and breath, about the physical simplicity of putting one foot in front of the other while his mind worked through problems that had no physical solutions. His core rebuilt during the runs. He could feel it, the trickle of ambient magic, not from enchantments. Little Winging was aggressively unenchanted, but from the earth itself, from the ley lines that ran beneath the suburban streets like rivers beneath pavement. Natural magic, old and slow, filtered through the blood wards and the compound in his bones, adding infinitesimal increments to the golden reservoir inside him. If Hogwarts had been a fire hose, this was a dripping tap. But the tap never stopped, and the reservoir was patient. By the end of the first week, his core was at 38%. By the end of the second, 45%. Hermione's letters tracked the numbers with scientific precision. She devised a self-assessment protocol based on Flitwick's measurements, a series of internal visualization exercises that allowed Harry to estimate his core density within a few percentage points. He performed the assessment every morning after meditation and every evening before sleep, and sent the numbers to Hermione, who plotted them on a graph she described in such detail that Harry could see it in his mind. A steady upward curve, shallow but relentless, climbing toward full capacity. Her letters were extraordinary. Pages long, densely written, packed with research findings and theoretical analyses and occasional personal observations that surfaced like flowers between the technical paragraphs. She'd gained access to the British Museum's alchemy collection through her parents' friend, a curator named Dr. Penrose who was, Hermione suspected, a squib based on several knowing comments about unusual metallurgical traditions, and the material she'd found was transformative. "Harry, you need to read this. There's a manuscript here, 14th century, attributed to Nicholas Flamel. Yes, That Flamel, describing a substance he calls argentum vivum, living silver. He writes about a metal alloy that responds to magical intent, that absorbs and converts energy, that bonds permanently with organic tissue. The description matches your mother's compound almost exactly. She didn't invent this, Harry. She rediscovered it. Flamel created a version of this substance 600 years ago and then destroyed it because he believed it was too dangerous to exist." Harry read the letter 3 times, sitting at his desk in the orange light of the street lamp, and felt the ground shift beneath his understanding. Flamel had known. The same Nicholas Flamel who'd created the Philosopher's Stone, who'd achieved immortality, who'd been Dumbledore's friend and collaborator, had created a version of the compound in Harry's bones centuries before Lily Potter was born. And he'd destroyed it, deliberately, because he judged it too dangerous. What did he see? Harry wrote back. What made him destroy it? What was he afraid of? Hermione's response came 2 days later, carried by an exhausted Hedwig who landed on Harry's windowsill at 3 in the morning and immediately fell asleep on his pillow. Flamel's manuscript describes 2 outcomes for a subject infused with argentum vivum. The first, which he calls harmonium, is what we've been working toward, a stable integration where the subject and the compound exist in balance, the absorption controlled, the energy managed, the system sustainable. This is what your mother was aiming for. The second outcome, which Flamel calls conflagratio, Harry, the Latin literally translates to great burning, occurs when the system destabilizes. Not gradually, not through overload, but through a specific trigger, emotional resonance at maximum core capacity. Flamel writes that the compound, because it responds to intent, is vulnerable to uncontrolled emotion. If the subject experiences an emotion of sufficient intensity while the core is at or near full capacity, the emotional energy cascades through the compound and triggers a chain reaction. Total conversion of all stored magical energy into uncontrolled output. Instantaneous. Unsurvivable for the subject and for everyone nearby. This is what Snape warned about. This is what Dumbledore fears. But Harry Flamel also describes a third possibility. He calls it transcendentium. Transcendence. He says that if the subject can maintain emotional control at maximum capacity, if they can hold the system in balance through sheer force of will, the compound undergoes a permanent transformation. It stops absorbing. It reaches equilibrium. The subject retains all stored power but stops taking in more, and the system becomes genuinely stable, permanent, safe. 3 outcomes: harmony, destruction, or transcendence. And the determining factor is you, your control, your will, your ability to feel without breaking. I believe in you. Harry held the letter for a long time. The summer night pressed against the window. Hedwig snored softly on the pillow. Downstairs, the house was silent, the Dursleys asleep, the suburban world suspended in its nightly illusion of safety. 3 outcomes. The same number that had defined every important moment of his life, 3 seconds between emotion and eruption, 3 friends walking into danger, 3 heads on the dog guarding the trapdoor. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of pattern. Harmony was what they'd been building toward. The gate, the channeling, the controlled absorption, all of it aimed at maintaining a sustainable balance between intake and output. It was working slowly, imperfectly, requiring constant attention and discipline. Destruction was what Voldemort wanted. The overload, the detonation, the conflagratio that would level Hogwarts and its wards and clear the path for a Dark Lord's return. It was what would happen if Harry lost control, if the rage or the grief or the wanting overwhelmed the discipline and the system cascaded. Transcendence was something else entirely. Not balance, stability. Not management, resolution. The permanent transformation of the compound from an active absorber to a passive container. A system at rest, no longer hungry, no longer growing, simply complete. But the price of transcendence was impossible. Perfect emotional control at maximum capacity. Feeling everything while containing everything. Being human while being something more. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it in the drawer beside his wand, alongside the others, a growing archive of Hermione's research, Ron's cheerful updates, Mrs. Weasley's care packages. The food was exceptional and arrived with notes that said things like, "Make sure you eat all of it, Harry dear. You're too thin." And one brief, unsigned note in cramped handwriting that had arrived by School Owl in the second week of July and said only, "The selectivity mechanism holds under stress. Continue your meditation. Do not attempt maximum capacity testing without supervision. S. Snape, writing to him over the summer, voluntarily. The world was full of miracles. July burned into August. Harry's core climbed 50%, 60, 65. The rate was accelerating, which concerned him because the ambient absorption in Little Winging should have been constant, and the only explanation for the increase was that the compound was becoming more efficient as it recovered. His mother's creation, learning, adapting, growing more capable with time. A system that improved itself. He could feel the difference, the warmth returning, the solidity, the sense of presence that had characterized his months at Hogwarts. His spells, practiced wandlessly in his room, far from the Ministry's detection network, because Hermione had researched the trace and discovered it monitored wand-based magic only, were regaining their former intensity. A wandless Lumos that had barely produced a spark in June now lit his room like daylight. A wandless levitation of his textbooks that had required straining effort now lifted them without thought. And the gate held. Through every fluctuation, every spike, every increment of returning power, the selective absorption mechanism functioned as designed. Harry practiced with it daily, opening, closing, calibrating, learning its gradations with the obsessive attention of a musician tuning an instrument. He could now filter incoming magic by intent, by type, by source, with a precision that would have astonished Flitwick. Benign ambient magic accepted. Hostile intent rejected. Dark signatures blocked entirely, the gate slamming shut with a speed that was almost reflexive. Almost. The almost worried him. The Dursleys, meanwhile, had achieved a new equilibrium with their unwanted house guest. Vernon avoided Harry entirely, leaving rooms when Harry entered, taking meals in the living room rather than share a table, communicating through Petunia when communication was unavoidable. It was, Harry reflected, an improvement over active hostility. The absence of malice was not the same as the presence of kindness, but he'd take it. Petunia was more complicated. She maintained her habitual coldness, her thin-lipped disapproval, her reflexive flinching whenever Harry did something that reminded her of the world she'd rejected. But there were moments, small, nearly invisible, the kind of thing you'd miss if you hadn't spent 10 years learning to read the Dursleys' micro-expressions, when something else surfaced. A plate of food left outside his door, still warm, when Harry hadn't come down for dinner. A newspaper clipping about unusual weather patterns placed on his desk without comment. A hesitation in the hallway, as if she wanted to say something. followed by the familiar retreat of pursed lips and averted eyes. Harry didn't push. He'd learned patience from people more qualified to teach it than Aunt Petunia, from Dumbledore's long game, from Snape's grudging revelations, from the castle's ancient, unhurried rhythms. Whatever Petunia was working toward, whatever internal negotiation was happening behind her disapproving facade, it would arrive on its own schedule or not at all. It arrived on a Tuesday evening in the third week of July. Harry was in his room, meditating. Cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, consciousness turned inward to the golden landscape of his core. The reservoir was vast now, 70% and climbing, the light stronger and steadier than it had been since before the discharge at Hogwarts. The dark threads were still present, woven through the gold like veins in marble, but they were contained, mapped, understood, their emotional signatures catalogued and controlled. He could feel the compound humming in his bones, the familiar resonance, the song of metal and magic that had become as natural as breathing. A knock at the door. Not Vernon's aggressive pounding or Dudley's petulant thumping. A quiet, uncertain knock, the knock of someone who wasn't sure they wanted to be there. "Come in," Harry said without opening his eyes. The door opened, closed. The bed creaked as someone sat down. Harry smelled Petunia's perfume, floral, faintly chemical, the scent of a woman who chose her fragrance based on what the neighbors would think rather than what she actually liked. He opened his eyes. His aunt sat on the edge of his bed with her hands clasped in her lap, and her face arranged in the expression she wore when she was about to do something she found deeply unpleasant but necessary. The same expression she'd worn when explaining menstruation to Dudley's girlfriend's mother over tea. "I need to tell you something," Petunia said. Harry waited. "About your mother." The room went very still. Not magically, Harry's gate was closed, his control absolute, but emotionally the kind of stillness that happens when you've been waiting for something so long you'd almost stopped expecting it. "When we were girls," Petunia said, and her voice was stiff and awkward, the voice of someone who had locked a door decades ago and was now fumbling with the key. She was always different, always strange. Things happened around her. Flowers bloomed when she touched them. Objects moved. She could jump off the swings and float. I told her to stop. I told her it was wrong. She said it was magic, and I said there was no such thing, and then the letter came and proved me wrong, She stopped, swallowed. Her hands were gripping each other so tightly the knuckles were white, and Harry could see the effort this was costing her. Not just the words, but the admission they carried. The acknowledgement of decades of resentment and jealousy and the particular cruelty of a sister who had been left behind. "I hated her," Petunia said. "Not because she was magical, because she was chosen and I wasn't. Because the world looked at Lily and saw something special and looked at me and saw nothing, and I couldn't bear it. I wrote to Dumbledore, did you know that? When I was 11. I wrote and begged him to let me come too. He wrote back, kind, polite, final. The magical world had no place for me. I was ordinary, I would always be ordinary." Harry said nothing. He let her speak because this was not a conversation that would benefit from interruption, and because the words were pouring out of Petunia with the unstoppable momentum of a confession long overdue. She came back different every year, more confident, more powerful, more her. And I became more me, more ordinary, more invisible, more the sister who wasn't special. I married Vernon because he was the most ordinary man I'd ever met. And I built this house and this life and this street of perfect, identical normality because if I couldn't be extraordinary, then I would be aggressively, defiantly, completely normal. And when Lily died, when they put you on my doorstep, I looked at you and saw her. Her eyes, her strangeness, her magic. And I hated you for it the way I'd hated her. And I'm not asking you to forgive me because I don't deserve it, but I need you to understand that the hatred was never about you. It was about me. It was always about me. The silence that followed was enormous. Harry sat on the floor and looked up at his aunt and saw her clearly for the first time, not the villain of his childhood, not the thin-lipped tyrant of number 4, but a woman. A frightened, jealous, desperately ordinary woman who had spent her entire life in the shadow of a sister who shone, and who had responded to that shadow by trying to stamp out every trace of light she encountered. It didn't excuse anything. The cupboard, the neglect, the years of being called freak, of being starved and silenced and treated as less than human. Nothing Petunia said tonight would undo those years or heal the damage they'd done. But understanding wasn't the same as forgiving, and Harry could offer understanding without surrendering the right to be angry. "Thank you for telling me," he said. Petunia nodded once sharply, the nod of someone completing an unpleasant task. She moved to stand, and Harry said, "Aunt Petunia," she paused. "My mum. When she built the protection, the blood wards, the enchantment on this house, she anchored it to you, to your blood, to the connection between sisters. It works because you're her family. Because despite everything, the jealousy, the hatred, the years of silence, you're her sister, and she trusted you to keep me alive." Petunia's face contorted. Not anger, not resentment. Something rawer and more devastating, the recognition that the sister she'd spent a lifetime hating had, in her final act, trusted her with the thing that mattered most. "She always did that," Petunia whispered. "Trusted people more than they deserved." "Maybe," Harry said. "Or maybe she saw something in you that you couldn't see in yourself." Petunia looked at him. And in that look, in the wet eyes and the trembling lips and the decades of regret compressed into a single, unguarded moment, Harry saw his mother's sister for the first and perhaps the only time. Not Aunt Petunia, not Mrs. Dursley, just Petunia Evans, the girl who'd wanted to be magical and never would be. She left without another word. The door closed. Harry sat in the silence and felt something shift inside him. Not in his core, not in his bones, but in the architecture of his emotional landscape. A door opening where there had been a wall, and through it poured not forgiveness but something adjacent to it, something that made the cupboard smaller and the future larger. He picked up his quill and wrote to Hermione. Not about core percentages or compound dynamics or the 3 outcomes of Argentum Vivum. About Petunia, about sisters, about the particular alchemy of turning hatred into understanding, which was, he was beginning to suspect, the oldest and most powerful magic of all. August came, and with it, the Weasleys. Mr. Weasley arrived at Privet Drive in a Ford Anglia that Harry strongly suspected had been magically modified, based on the way it cornered and the faint shimmer around the hubcaps. Vernon stood in the doorway and watched the car pull up with an expression that suggested he was witnessing the end of civilization. Petunia stood behind him, and when Harry left with his trunk and his owl and a brief wave that she didn't return but also didn't refuse, something passed across her face that might have been sadness. The burrow was chaos. Beautiful, magnificent, soul-restoring chaos. The Weasley house was the architectural opposite of Privet Drive, crooked, rambling, held together by magic and optimism, every surface cluttered with the accumulated detritus of a large, loud, loving family. Chickens in the garden, gnomes in the hedgerows, a ghoul in the attic that banged on the pipes when it wanted attention. The kitchen was the heart of the operation. A warm, fragrant command center where Mrs. Weasley orchestrated meals for 7 Weasleys, Harry and Hermione, who arrived by Floo powder on Harry's second day, and emerged from the fireplace covered in soot, and immediately began critiquing the Weasleys' magical infrastructure. Harry shared Ron's room at the top of the house, a small, violently orange space plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters, with a camp bed wedged between Ron's bed and the wall. It was cramped and noisy, and the ghoul banged on the pipes at 3 in the morning, and the twins tested experimental products on unsuspecting siblings at all hours, and Ginny, Ron's younger sister, went scarlet and fled the room every time Harry looked at her. It was the best 2 weeks of Harry's life. Not because of anything dramatic, because of breakfast, because of Mrs. Weasley piling his plate with sausages and eggs and toast and watching to make sure he ate every bite, because of evenings in the garden, playing 2A-side Quidditch with Ron and the twins while Hermione read on a blanket and shouted unsolicited tactical advice. Because of Mr. Weasley's endless, delighted questions about Muggle technology. What exactly is the function of a rubber duck? And Percy's pompous lectures about ministry regulations and Ginny's shy, hero-worshipping glances from behind her hair. Because of being part of a family. Not his family, he wasn't naive enough to pretend, but a family that had opened its doors and its table and its warmth to a boy who needed all three, and had done so with the casual, unthinking generosity that was the Weasleys' defining characteristic. Hermione's presence completed the circle. She'd arrived with 3 suitcases, 1 of clothes, 2 of books, and had immediately established a research station in the corner of Ginny's room that made Ginny simultaneously intimidated and fascinated. During the days, she and Harry continued their work on selective absorption theory, using the Weasleys' garden, far from ministry detection, according to Mr. Weasley, who turned a deliberate blind eye to underage magic practice with the cheerful complicity of a man who regularly enchanted Muggle cars, as a practice ground. Harry's core was at 80%. He could feel it, the pressure returning, the fullness, the sense of vast potential coiled inside him like a spring. The gate held. The selectivity was precise. But the sheer volume of stored energy was approaching territory he'd only experienced once before, in the weeks leading up to the troll, and the memory of what had happened then, the golden explosion, the cracked floor, the terrible, intoxicating surge of limitless power, was a constant companion. "We need to talk about the third outcome," Hermione said one afternoon, sitting cross-legged across from him in the Weasleys' orchard while Ron napped in the hammock nearby. The August sun filtered through apple trees and dappled their skin with moving light, and the pastoral setting was so aggressively peaceful that it seemed absurd to be discussing magical catastrophe. "Transcendence," Harry said. Flamel's manuscript describes it as a single, decisive moment, not a gradual process, a moment. When the core reaches maximum capacity and the compound is fully active and the subject's emotional state is perfectly controlled, in that instant, the system either cascades into conflagratio or crystallizes into transcendentium. The difference is measured in seconds, Harry said. 3 seconds. Hermione blinked. "How did you?" "Because everything in my life comes down to 3 seconds. The gap between emotion and eruption, the time I have to choose. Snape told me 3 seconds is a lifetime if you learn to use it." She looked at him with an expression he couldn't read, part admiration, part fear, part something else that lived in the territory between friendship and whatever came after friendship. "Your core will reach maximum capacity by September," she said. "Possibly earlier." The absorption rate has been increasing all summer, and returning to Hogwarts with its ambient magical field will accelerate it further. Once you're at full capacity, any sufficiently intense emotional experience could trigger the crystallization moment, or the detonation moment. Yes, and the only thing that determines which one I get is whether I can maintain control in that instant. Yes. Harry looked at his hands, turned them over in the dappled light. The skin was ordinary, tanned from the summer, slightly rough, 11 years old. Underneath, the compound waited. The metal his mother had put there, the living silver, the argentum vivum, patient and responsive, ready to become whatever he told it to be. "Then I need to be ready," he said. "Before September, before I go back to Hogwarts. I need to know that when the moment comes I can hold." "How?" Hermione's voice was careful. We can't simulate maximum capacity. We can't artificially trigger the crystallization moment. All we can do is practice, train, prepare, and trust that when the moment comes, the practice will be enough. He met her eyes. You said you believed in me. I do. Then believe that I can do this, because I have to, Hermione. Not for Dumbledore, not for the prophecy, not for any grand strategy. For me, for the right to live in my own body without being afraid of what it might do. Ron's voice drifted from the hammock, sleepy but alert. You know we're coming with you, right? Whatever happens, wherever this goes. Harry looked at the hammock. Ron was lying with one arm over his eyes, apparently asleep, except he wasn't. Ron, don't argue, don't do the noble sacrifice thing. It's boring and it doesn't work on me. When the big moment comes, the crystallization thing, the 3 seconds, I'm going to be there. Hermione's going to be there because that's what we do. We walk into rooms with trolls, that's our thing. Hermione was smiling. The fierce, determined smile that Harry associated with breakthroughs and moments of impossible courage. He's right. This isn't a solo mission, Harry. It never was. Harry looked at them, Ron in the hammock. One eye open now, grinning, Hermione on the grass, her books scattered around her, her hair wild in the summer breeze, and the warmth in his chest expanded until it filled every space the power didn't, until there was no room for fear, until the wanting and the having were the same thing because what he wanted was this. These people, this moment, this improbable, unearned, magnificent life. Okay, he said. Together. The last night at the Burrow was warm and clear, the August sky blazing with stars that put Privet Drive's light-polluted heavens to shame. Harry sat on the roof. He'd climbed out the window, a skill perfected in childhood and now enhanced by fingers that could grip anything, and looked at the sky and felt the summer ending. Tomorrow they'd go to Diagon Alley for school supplies. The day after, they'd board the Hogwarts Express. And within weeks, maybe days, maybe hours, his core would reach maximum capacity, and the moment would come and he'd face the crystallization point and either transcend or detonate. And there would be 3 seconds to decide, and everything he was and everything he'd become would be compressed into that single, impossible instant. He wasn't afraid. That surprised him. He'd expected fear, the same cold dread that had accompanied every escalation, every new discovery, every revelation about the compound's capabilities and limitations. But sitting on the Weasleys' crooked roof with the stars overhead and the sounds of a sleeping family below, he felt something else entirely. Readiness. Not confidence, he wasn't arrogant enough for confidence. But readiness, the quiet certainty of a person who has done the work, who has trained and studied and practiced and bled, and who knows that when the moment comes, they will give it everything they have, and that everything they have might be enough. A window opened below him. Hermione's head appeared, hair enormous, eyes wide. I thought I'd find you up here. How? Because it's where I'd be. She climbed through the window with considerably less grace than Harry had managed and settled beside him on the sloping roof, her feet braced against the gutter. Can't sleep. Don't want to, last night, want to remember it. She looked at the sky. It's beautiful here. My parents live in a nice neighborhood, but you can't see the stars. Too much light pollution. Here it's like the sky is right there, like you could reach up and touch it. You could if you were on a broom. I don't do brooms. You flew across a giant chess board. That was walking. With style, Harry laughed. The sound carried in the night air, warm and easy, and Hermione smiled in the starlight, and they sat together in the kind of silence that only exists between people who don't need to fill it. Harry, she said after a while. Yeah. When you get to the moment, the crystallization point, what are you going to think about? To maintain control. He'd thought about this. He'd thought about it constantly, turning the question over during every meditation, every training session, every quiet moment between the noise. What emotion, what thought, What memory would be powerful enough to anchor him during the most intense magical experience of his life? What could hold him steady while his core burned at maximum capacity and the compound screamed for release and the 3 seconds ticked away? "You," he said. "Ron Hagrid, Mrs. Weasley." Neville standing up in the common room, the Sorting Hat calling me brave, the first time I flew, the look on Ron's face before the chess piece took him, your hand in mine in the dungeon, Dumbledore catching me when my legs gave out, Snape saying my mother was magnificent. He paused. Not one thing, all of it, everything. Every person who ever showed me that the world was worth being in, that's what I'll hold on to. That's what'll keep me steady. Hermione was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was thick. That's a lot of people. I know I'm lucky. Harry Potter, raised in a cupboard with metal bones and a dark lord trying to kill him, calling himself lucky. I have friends who climb onto rooftops at midnight to ask me what I'm thinking about. Yeah, Hermione, I'm lucky. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He let her. The stars blazed overhead. The burrow creaked and settled in the warm night air, and somewhere inside it, a family slept, safe and whole and imperfect and real. And on its crooked roof, 2 children sat together and looked at the sky and didn't talk about the future because the present was enough. They returned to Privet Drive the next morning for one final night. The blood wards needed the closing anchor. Dumbledore had insisted. One more evening of residence to seal the protection for the coming year. The Dursleys were subdued. Vernon grunted a greeting that was almost civil. Dudley was out with friends. His new boxing hobby had slimmed him slightly and given him an outlet for the aggression that had previously been reserved for Harry. Petunia made dinner. Not the scraps and leftovers that had characterized Harry's meals for a decade, actual dinner. Roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, a pudding that she'd clearly made rather than bought. Harry ate at the table with his aunt and uncle and nobody spoke, and the silence was not comfortable but it was not hostile, and Harry recognized it as the best the Dursleys could manage and chose to accept it as enough. After dinner, he went to his room, packed his trunk, set out his school things for morning, sat at the desk and wrote one final summer letter, not to Ron or Hermione, who he'd see tomorrow, but to Snape. Professor, core at approximately 92%. Estimate full capacity within 1 to 2 weeks of returning to Hogwarts. Hermione has found Flamel's manuscript on Argentum Vivum. 3 outcomes. I intend the 3rd. I could use your advice on the timing. Thank you for everything this year. I know you'd prefer I didn't say that, so consider it said under protest. HP. He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg, watched her fly into the night, and lay on his bed in the small room with the unbarred window and the faint smell of Petunia's roast chicken, and felt the blood wards hum in the walls around him. His mother's protection, built on love and sacrifice and the unbreakable connection between sisters. His bones sang. His core blazed, vast and golden and threaded with darkness, nearly full, approaching the threshold that would determine everything. The compound hummed in his skeleton, patient and responsive, waiting for the final instruction. The gate rested, ready to open or close at his command. 3 outcomes. Harmony, destruction, transcendence. 3 seconds to choose. Harry closed his eyes and thought about the people he loved and the power he carried and the mother who'd built him to survive anything, and he made his choice. Not in the moment hadn't come yet. But in the quiet of a summer night in a house that had never been home, he chose what he would be. Not what his bones made him. Not what his core demanded. Not what Dumbledore planned or Voldemort feared, or the prophecy foretold. What he chose freely, deliberately, with the full weight of an 11-year-old will that had been forged in a cupboard and tempered in a castle and tested by a dark lord and found unbreakable. He chose to be Harry. Not the boy who lived, not the unbreakable weapon, not the potential bomb or the strategic asset or the living fortress. Just Harry, a boy with extraordinary bones and ordinary needs. A boy who missed his mother and loved his friends and feared his own power and chose, every day, in every 3-second window, to be kind rather than cruel, to be brave rather than safe, to be human rather than something more. The compound in his bones, his mother's masterwork, the living silver, the argentum vivum that had kept him alive for 11 years and would keep him alive for many more, hummed its quiet song, and Harry thought it sounded like approval. Sleep came gently, which was rare. He dreamed of Hogwarts, the great hall lit with candles, the castle humming with his golden energy, the lake shining under a September sky. He dreamed of his friends, Ron laughing, Hermione reading, Neville holding a toad, the twins launching fireworks from the astronomy tower. He dreamed of Dumbledore, ancient and flawed and trying. He dreamed of Snape, bitter and grieving and unexpectedly kind. He dreamed of his mother, red-haired and green-eyed, standing in a room he'd never seen, holding a baby with extraordinary bones, singing a song he'd never heard but somehow knew. And in the dream she looked at him, not at the baby but at him, at the boy he'd become, at the person he was still becoming, and she smiled, and the smile said, "Yes. This. You, exactly this." Harry woke to sunlight and the sound of Hedwig tapping at the window, a letter tied to her leg, and the world was ordinary and magical and dangerous and beautiful and waiting. He opened the letter. Snape's handwriting, cramped and urgent. "Potter, I have read Flamel's manuscript. The third outcome is possible but has never been achieved. You would be the first. I have adjusted the resonance formula for the potion I gave you last term. A new vial is enclosed. Drink it at maximum capacity before the crystallization moment, not during. It will amplify the connection between your will and the compound. The rest is up to you. Your mother believed you could hold anything. She built you to be unbreakable. Prove her right." A small vial was tucked inside the envelope, wrapped in a scrap of black cloth. It shimmered with internal light, silver and gold, the colors of the compound and the core, blended together like mixed paint. Harry held it to the morning light, watched it glow, felt his bones respond, a pulse of recognition, the compound reaching toward its own reflection. Downstairs, Aunt Petunia called him for breakfast. Outside, the summer was ending. Ahead, the train was waiting, and the castle and the friends and the future, uncertain and dangerous and extraordinary, the way all futures worth having are. Harry pocketed the vial, shouldered his trunk, took a breath, and went downstairs to begin.